Good evening.
Good evening. Is that Perry?
That's what they call me.
Oh, that's great. I didn't know we would get Pennsylvania tonight. Kind of windy out there. My antenna's flopping around. N2MIN for ID. Yeah, very good, Phil. Yeah, we're looking to build another rack. I don't want to tear apart my homebrew 813 amp that I built. I run that with the DX60. And I'm trying to get some transformers and stuff. I'm not quite sure exactly what I need. I got a lot of parts. I got a nice plate choke. I know where to get the filament transformers from the Epic Electric Supply. So, yeah, that's what I put in my 813 amp for the filaments. But there's a lot of parts there I'm not quite sure. But that's something I'd like to build, and I'd probably sell the Viking too, get rid of it, and run my homebrew transformer. Anyway, W3MMR, we're out here with Phil, W2PHL, N2MIN.
Hello, everyone. Everyone sounds great. Eating my dinner. So, I'm not allowed to be on the radio while I eat my dinner. Clark said so. So, I'll be listening.
Say, crank up the compressor a little bit, and it'll get Clark's blood boiling.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do. Yay. Alright. The Henry is waking. About 300 watts. I'm just got some homemade like ham, pinto bean, carrot soup type stuff. Oh.
That's funny. I had soup, homemade artesian bread. I had what do you call it? Escarole soup with the little meatballs and the escarole and basically, I guess you call it chicken soup with eggs in it. And homemade bread. That was my dinner. Very good stuff. Sounds good there, Perry. But I'm still craving for a nice Philly cheesesteak sandwich. One of them pretzels. I wonder if those guys still come around with the pretzels with the mustard. I remember that as a kid, way back in 1959, when I was down there in South Philly.
Time for a road trip to visit Perry.
Yeah, come on down, fellers. Yeah, they still, especially outside of ball games and sporting events, there's guys out there with shopping carts. They roll around shopping carts and sell soft pretzels off the shopping carts. They have boxes and boxes and boxes of fresh, still hot, out of the oven, soft pretzels. And that's the place to get them. They still sell them on different corners on the street. You got the hot dog vendors who sell soft pretzels downtown, Center City. But, yeah, the best place is to get them after a baseball game or on your way into a ball game. Or you can go down there at 3 o'clock in the morning and they sell them fresh right out the factory there. So I think South Philly Pretzel. It's not Philly Pretzel Factory. South Philly Pretzel's the real place.
That was a treat when I was a kid. Getting the pretzel off the wagon there. Guy come around with the wagon, pushing the wagon around. Get a pretzel. And then to top it off, you used to get the water ice. And Clark, did you get my email? I sent you a description of what the antenna was.
Yes, I did. I had meant to bring that up. Thank you. Very interesting.
Yeah, you see how I made the antenna? With the pieces of PVC and the SO239 connector, and put shrink tubing over the solder joints. And that's the shrink tubing with the glue. And where the SO239 connector is, I saturated that with hot melt glue. because I had an issue where water got in there, migrated through the SO239 connector, and took out my LMR 600.
Yikes.
What are you running over there? You're melting LMR 600 with?
Running it to the antenna. I had 75 feet of it. I figured I'd use it, get as much RF to the antenna as I possibly could.
Yeah, it's shoot, unless you're running, you know, some serious power, that's a little overkill. But if you got it, what the hell? It's heavy too. That stuff's heavy. But it's big, it can handle power, and if you got it, use. No, you said you melted it. Didn't you just say you melted it?
No, I didn't melt it. I melted hot glue when I rebuilt the antennas around the SO239 connector where you put the solder joints at. So that way water wouldn't go through the sides of the SO239 connector insulator and then get into the coax. So that's what I did.
Oh, okay. I thought you like melted it down like your amplifier burned up some LMR 600. Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm eating on the air.
Well, it must be soup night because I had soup as well. I had Italian wedding soup, which is chicken-based soup with a little pasta in there and some little meatballs. And it was delicious.
Yeah, it's the same thing as escarole. It's another name for it. My grandmother used to make some really good escarole. You made me think about that, Art, when you talked about having escarole soup. Yeah, my grandmother would make some really, really good escarole soup. I always remember eating it at her house as a kid.
Yeah, my mother used to make it all the time. My wife made it better. There's a secret ingredient. A little bit of bacon grease in there.
Bacon grease?
Yeah, gives it that extra flavor. So Clark, what did you think of the antenna? Did you read the article or look at the one I made?
I looked at the one that you made. It was pretty wild.
Yeah, it almost looks like commercially grew.
Yes, you did a fine business job.
I wish all my projects would look like that, but I'm kind of in a hurry all the time.
Well, what's that expression? Measure once, cut twice?
You know, I measured once, and I cut it 3 times, and it still was too short.
So you kept cutting?
Yeah. Hey, Phil, what are you running up there? I'm just curious. W2PHL, N2MIN.
This is a modified FTDX 5000 MP Yaesu into an amplifier, and I'm using an inverted V at 40 feet.
Very nice. Sounds really good.
Thank you very much. Yep, it was a fun project.
So, Clark, what do you know about Hyacin modulation? I hear it's not so great. At least Tim was trying to tell me something the other night.
I'm sorry, what was not so great?
Hyacin modulation.
Well, oh boy, that topic. Phil's making a face. A couple of rules of thumb about Hyacin modulation. Number one, it needs a single-ended modulator, so there's no push-pull. So the modulator's got to be, super linear. Number two, since there's no modulation transformer, let me say that again for the benefit of everyone on the ham bands. Number two, since Hyacin modulation has no modulation transformer by definition, you do end up with some benefits because there's an increase in fidelity. because you're just dealing with a choke which shifts the current between the modulator tube, a single modulator tube, and the RF tube or tubes in parallel. The potential downside of Heising modulation is the fact that it's very hard to get 100% positive and minus modulation out of it, because the modulator and the RF tubes use the same supply. But what some folks have gotten around that problem by doing is to put a parallel resistor capacitor circuit in series with the RF deck, so that the modulator has access to just a little bit more voltage. You can certainly get full cutoff. So yeah, Heising modulation does work. It's just not very popular. But it sounds great in on BCG.
Is that what they call modified Heising?
God, if I were there right now, I'd probably know that.
They call it modified if you're using a modulation transformer with it.
Yeah, I'm using a modified tube rig here. It's got FETs in it.
Yeah, that's the silicone tube. Yeah, this thing has a modulation transformer, and then they got a choke going up to the plate. So I don't know. Maybe I'll send you a copy of this and see what you think.
Well, the word Heising doesn't get used anywhere near that rig because it's got a mod transformer in it. But that is a modulation reactor. And now, why would Tim not like that? Everyone is a big fan of modulation reactors being used, because what they do is they take the DC off the secondary of the mod transformers, which is usually a really good idea. It helps prevent them from saturating because of the DC bias. So that actually is a really good thing. But that's a mod reactor. That's not a see, I can't even say it.
Well, the schematic calls it a Heising modulation. I don't know. I'm not an engineer, just a technician, and what I read is what I read. I'll send you a copy of it, just curiosity, see what you think.
Don't send me a schematic that refers to a mod reactor as a Heising or modified Heising. That'll put me stratospheric.
It'll be alright, man. You can blank it out of your mind.
Yeah, it's like saying, I've got this modified dipole. Instead of feeding it at the center, I feed it at the end. But it's a dipole. It's just a modified dipole. They would run me the hell off the frequency with pitchforks and torches if I started to talk like that. Oh, my modified tube rig. Yeah, it's got here's the collector voltage on it, but it is a tube rig. Oh, well, all right. So it's got FETs in it, but it's got transistors in it. But I mean, it is a tube rig. It just has collector values, right? Modified. Oh God, just shoot those people.
Whoa.
No, Perry, it's because it's so, ridiculous. Heising is Heising, by definition, is constant current modulation. The whole thing is about the power supply. The current of the power supply is shifted between the modulator and the RF amplifier by that Heising reactor. That's what it's for. So when people say crap like modified Heising and all that stuff, yeah, I got a modified Heising set up with a mod transformer, it's like, there is nothing, 0% Heising about that circuit. Nothing. Because it's not a constant current modulation format. That's why it makes me nuts. And some very educated people refer to those modulation reactors as Heising reactors. Well, no, it's modified Heising. It has nothing to do with Heising. Nothing.
Well, I did build a little Heising transmitter, and it doesn't use a mod transformer. Just the reactor going right to the plate.
Actually, my first AM transmitter was Heising. It was a Graymark 505. None of you on frequency are old enough to remember that stuff, but there was a kit transmitter which this company Graymark sold a long time ago, and it had a 250 C5s and a 12AX7. The 12AX7 was the audio preamp. One of the 50 C5s was the modulator tube, and the other 50 C5 was the oscillator. And how about that? You add up the filament voltages, and they come out to, yep, 124. Very convenient. But anyway, that did have a true Heising modulation scheme in it.
Very good. On the lighter note, I got a whole bunch of aluminum chassis today. Free. And some transformers and a choke, 8 Henry choke. Some power transformers. My neighbor kind of dumped them on me. I asked him if he had any heavy-duty transformers. And that's what he gave me today.
How many neighbors have iron like that?
My neighbor across the street helped me way back in '91 to pass the code, so I can get my novice license and all of that business. And he's been a ham radio operator since, I guess, World War II. So, but he does NTS broadcast. He does UHF and VHF stuff, 430 something megahertz. He said he ran off the air on HF, so he didn't like the people. Who's that? Is that Bear?
That's yet another Steve.
Yeah, a little, I just got to figure it out. They want to take the weekend. And, yeah, when I was working the original session, this Heising guy, he was still running around this place.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm sorry if I got people's fur all up straight over this Heising thing, but the simple way to do this is just go look it up. Just go look up Heising modulation, and you will see how it's very, very specific. It applies to one thing. There's absolutely no such thing as modified Heising. That term needs to just go away and never come back, because it just sounds ridiculous. But you'll see why when you look up the definition of Heising modulation. Okay, enough of that. And one BCG.
Clark, I'm on your side. I'm not just having fun. Making a vague reference to how Reginald modulated his first signal back in 1903. Over.
Nice, Charlie. Didn't he have? Now that was interesting. Yeah, the Christmas Eve concert. Didn't he take a series of carbon microphones and put them in series with the antenna or some crazy thing like that? Oh my God! You got to give him credit for originality, but I can't imagine what that sounded like. And I'm sure Tim Tron heard it firsthand. He was a young man then, and he probably keyed up right after that and said, "Oh, you sound yellowy."
Yeah, basically, shout into the microphone, interrupt the continuous wave. Yeah, the part that amazes me is how it was even linear effectively. I mean, it must have been, just the uniqueness of hearing something that sounded like voice. I'm sure there was a lot of, local discrimination that you had to put your faith into the interpretation of what you were hearing.
Well, think about these guys out to sea, the radio operators on the ships, and they're used to hearing the spark transmissions like that, and then all of a sudden they hear a violin even if it was kind of yellowy sounding, still, they must have been, looking at their bottles of booze right there thinking, oh, I shouldn't have started so early, even if it is Christmas Eve.
Yeah, all I can think of is the Joe Walsh and Bob Heil. What do they call that with the guitar, the harmonitron or whatever? Where they get the guitar to sound like a voice? Vocal harmonize. Is it harmonize? What's the right name of that part?
Talkbox.
Wasn't that Peter Frampton who sort of pioneered that?
No, it was Bob Heil did it for Joe when Heil was doing all the sound for the Eagles and the James Gang stuff.
Perry, I did not know that. So that's the connection between Bob Heil and Joe Walsh, that he did the sound for the Eagles?
Yeah, all the early stuff. Yeah, Bob Heil's who did all his road sound for the Eagles, and Joe Walsh.
Holy freaking mackerel! And I've talked to Bob Heil several times on the phone, and he never even mentioned that. That's amazing. He's going to get a whole bunch of questions from me next time we talk.
Yeah, if you watch, there's one Ham Nation episode with Joe, and also Bob goes out and visits with Robert VMC, visits with Jerry, Mr. Boat Anchor Jerry, I forget his call, Bob mentions in the episode about doing sound for Joe. They talk about the talk box at one point, about and what tour it was on and all this stuff. Oh yeah.
I'm impressed, Perry. You just have a plethora of knowledge.
See? Look how educational 3885 has been so far tonight.
Well, I was actually trying to get an earlier when the guy mentioned, you measured, cut it 3 times, it was still too short. I thought he was like that.
All right, here we go. The first Heil Talkbox was built for Joe Walsh's Barnstorm tour. Heil and Walsh, both avid ham radio operators, K9EID and WB6ACU, along with Walsh's guitar tech Crinkle, combined a 250-watt JBL driver and suitable high-pass filter, which was used for Walsh's single Rocky Mountain Way. Walsh gives credit to Bill West, an electrical engineer, Nashville steel guitarist, and husband of music legend Donnie West, for inventing the Talkbox for him in the May 2012 issue of Guitar World magazine. So apparently Bob used it with Joe and kind of put his own twist on it. It was the first Heil came up with the first high-powered talkbox that could be reliable when used on high-level rock stages. So basically, Bob, it was apparently it had come out a long before that, many different versions, but Bob Heil's the one that made it what it is today.
Michael needed 250-watt JBL driver at that time.
See that? There comes Bear to pee on everything.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just reading what I'm reading here. I mean, you guys know a lot more about everything than me.
Believe it or not.
Yeah, it's just a typical writer. There were no 250-watt drivers. Not a one. No, Kevlar had not been invented yet. Neither had Cap.
See, Clark, all right, listen to this. Where did I just see this? All right. The Peter Frampton acquired his talk box is a Christmas present from Bob Heil in 1974. It was a hand-built talk box in a fiberglass box using a 100-watt high-powered driver. This was the Heil talk box used for Frampton Comes Alive tour, and an album, which is what we all know of obviously the most popular live album of all time.
Yeah, 100-watt driver was possible in that time. Not sure. No. Yeah, it was a very clever song, I have to admit. Stupid driver, wow. Clear plastic road. How can you do that? Oh, don't skip the high pass cross.
The high pass crossover? Interesting. I don't know, I was just reading off of Wikipedia, and I remember hearing that same those same things before, so don't shoot the messenger, Bear. I didn't know.
I didn't say anything about you. I'm just pointing out factual errors. There weren't no 250-watt drivers in the world, I don't think. 1974. There might have been like some 24-inch whooper. Zero efficiency to eat up that much heat. Keep in mind, folks, that a speaker are very, very highly efficient loudspeakers, about 1% efficiency. Do the math. You have a 1% efficient driver, you run 250 watts, that's 249 watts music in with it. Huh?
I don't know, you've got me stumped, Bear. See, that's your area of expertise, is speakers and all that other stuff. Not me. I don't really have an area of expertise. Well, I guess I'm pretty good at what I do for a living, but that's a long ways away from speakers.
It's just P equals I times A equals I squared out. Whatever you want to P into. P squared, whatever, it's just a comment on the physics of it. It's like a Class C versus a Class AB output. It's the same idea. You gotta get rid of the heat. I squared R, power.
Reactor.
I squared R is power.
You square whatever you want IC on it.
That's why he's the bear.
There you see.
He is the big bear.
What?
Hello, bear.
If a bear... Never mind.
What? Hello, bear. N2MIN. MIN, GCR, giant chocolate resistor. Yum.
Giant chocolate rodeo.
Hello, Perry.
Hello, Daryl. Good evening. From the trenches of Chester, Pennsylvania.
Don't mess with the bear.
Vocoder was very cool. Peter Frampton, very cool. Yeah, Frampton Comes Alive. And look what happened to him. Because he used that, he lost all of his hair.
Yeah, but Do You Feel the Way We Do is great. 14 and a half minutes worth of music. So if you had that song come up on your rock and roll station, you had to use the men's room, you got plenty of time. Just slap that thing on.
Yeah, or if a special friend came by.
Boom, wow, wow, wow.
That happened.
How many times was that used, that talk box, in rock songs?
Hundreds and hundreds of times.
I only remember Frampton. How could you not? Man, they played the heck out of that one.
Well, there's a lot of songs where it's very subtle, and you wouldn't even realize it's what it was, because they make different different sounds with it. That not everyone sounded like, Rocky Mountain Way by Joe Walsh.
Which, by the way, is a great rock and roll song.
Oh, well, Joe's a great guitar player.
Well, he's got a groove thing. I love Funk 49, too. Jeez, that's good stuff. I love it. It's not so much the complexity of the playing. Ooh.
Yeah, well, he wasn't real technical. It was definitely not a real technical guitar player like Don Felder was. Don Felder was on another level when it came to technicality and clean notes, but Joe Walsh was just pure talent.
Yes, but would you clean the tube on his voice box?
Yeah, you just wear gloves and pull it off and run the water through it. What you want to look out for is the spit trap on the other end. Not that there was a spit trap on the other end.
All very nasty stuff. W2PHL.
W3MMR. Yep.
KD2AFL.
N1BCG.
Oh my God.
Phil, did that just happen?
That had to be Memorex.
Oh, for sure. It was just a drop. It really wasn't him.
What did I miss?
The identification from station N1BCG that had no other message before or after?
Yeah, well, let me assure you that won't happen again. Oh, and speaking of Sonovox, here we go. Where is it? There.
Wow, you took me right back to like 1978.
That sounded like somebody who gets their voice box taken out from smoking.
Yes, it is. Phil, it's a real blast from the past of early radio when they would do the countdowns and stuff like that. And they count down like the top 10 songs of the week.
Yeah, that's from CBS, isn't it?
No, I got that a long time ago. I got the whole run through 10, which is great for countdowns. Number 10.
Who is number one?
Who is number one?
You are not a number.
No, I am not the number.
You're like wicked one.
That's what I said. You are not a number.
Hey, any of you guys remember Murray the K and the swinging soiree? You are number 6.
I'm a free man. And yes, Murray the K. Wasn't he one? Was he one of the All-Americans, or was he one of the good guys?
Number 2. You are number 6.
Well, Bear, that means you got replaced each week.
Yeah, I know. Murray the K. Was he on the swinging soiree? Yeah. Yeah, 77 ABC AM.
Just like us.
Now that was radio back then. I used to come home from school, turn the old hi-fi on, and do my homework, and listen to the radio and blast the music. Oh, look what's become of you. Yeah, now I'm on the radio.
Maybe we should go beyond 3877 just so we can say we're on 77.
Now, was Murray the K ever on MCA? Nobody knows, huh?
If it was before I was even an embryo.
Well, it was back in the 50s. It's a matter of historical interest. You were just a glimmer in somebody's eye.
If it was the 50s, it might have been before my parents were married, so no.
Well, what do you think about the screen voltage, Clark? That's to keep the raccoons out. Charlie, is that you? Any chance you could get like within 12 inches of your microphone one day?
Why, my audio wrong?
Your audio sucks, okay? I mean, I'm going to give it to you blunt. I mean, people have been hinting to you that. It's crazy.
Whoa, well.
I'm sorry. He's 4 feet away from his mic. Actually, you're doing great for 4 feet away. So let me take that back. You've got the best 4 foot away audio I've ever heard.
Yeah, Charlie, I thought we shamed you into talking closer to your mic yesterday.
Nah, the other mic doesn't block the radio very well.
No, you get closer to the mic. Doesn't matter which mic it is, you get closer to it.
Hey, Charlie, leave it alone. You got that taxi cab dispatcher vibe going on. I think it's cool.
Now that's funny.
Now, why don't you just make believe that's a hot date? Yeah, make love to your microphone. Oh, go ahead, smooch with it.
Charlie's practicing social distancing with his mic.
Oh, don't go away. Sorry, Charlie. I didn't mean to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean. I know how it feels when you can't do it. I know.
Sorry, Charlie. That reminds me of a what is it? The tuna fish commercial.
Right, if it smells like tuna fish.
Entangling my head and the microphone so I can pick that. Make love to it.
Huh? Where do you have it mounted? You have it mounted on the back of the operating table?
Not by the wall.
I'm lost on it. Maybe I should let you guys carry on. I'm just gonna, throw the monkey wrench in here and there. Do that.
Just sitting on top of a camera controller on top of the garbage can. Goes outside.
Sounds like a motel with hourly rates. How many AM radio operators do we all collectively know have a squeaky toy right at their operating position?
true.
Yeah, I can count probably 5 right off the top of my head.
I don't know. I got SpongeBob and Grouch sitting on my radio.
I don't have any.
You want me to send you one?
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, Perry, just ask for the Bare Essentials ham radio operating kit.
Yeah, that's good. Good one, Clark.
It's the Shack must-have items.
No. Shack must have collection. All new for spring 2020. Approved by Martha Stewart.
You know, I met Martha Stewart and we did not hit it off.
I don't think Martha Stewart has hit it off with anybody, especially the judge who convicted her.
It was Easter morning several years ago, and my cousin is the one who actually knows her. And so we got introduced, and Martha Stewart comes up to me and she goes, "Hi, I'm Martha Stewart." It's kind of like, duh. I didn't say that, but I introduced myself. And then she was saying to both of us, "So, are you guys all set for Easter?" And I guess she was suggesting, like eating-wise. And I said, "Oh yeah, we're getting takeout from Boston Market." Oh my God, the look on her face. My cousin had to jump in and calm her down and say, "Oh, don't listen to him. He's kidding. He's kidding." I think Boston Market would be great.
Oh, she's got a great sense of humor.
Well, it wasn't with her that day.
No, they had it surgically removed, I'm told.
Cuckoo, cuckoo, Mrs. Robinson.
Must have gone with the bottom.
You know, that woman was a babe when she was younger. You know that, right?
Yeah, we're only several decades apart in age.
Well, she's parted that part of her life by about 3 or 4 decades.
Speaking of cuckoo, cuckoo, hello, Benjamin.
Clark, key up again and don't say anything.
There's a first.
Sounds like you have a hum.
Oh, damn, hold on. Is that better?
That's better.
Sorry. That was the phone patch.
See, I knew something was up.
Yeah, you should be in style. Turn it back on.
I was getting ready for, hello, scammers. Yeah, but they're not calling me tonight.
Oh, it's Uncle Albert Audio. You guys missed that early in the morning, in the afternoon too. Sarah's working at Stanford. What is it? Yeah, oh, it's a carbon microphone. Sounds Uncle Albert.
Hey, Perry, I'm very impressed, actually, that you picked up on that. Good going.
Yeah, I'm always an attentive listener. I may not seem like it, but I am.
Now, the fact that you're picking up on that shows that you're picking up on not just the obvious, but the nuances of people's signals. So now, see, folks, it's because you've got listeners like Perry who nothing gets past them. This is why we need to strive for good audio.
That's right. If something doesn't sound normal, what I'm used to hearing, I have a tendency of calling it out. Sometimes that could be a bad thing.
I vote Ham of the Year, KB8SMU.
No, I vote that guy Shane Ham of the Year. I'm just messing around with different Kiwi SDRs at the moment. Trying different ones. Seeing where we're all coming in good at and where we're not, and all that fun stuff.
Does this SDR make my signal sound fat?
Oh, yes.
All the right things.
The one I like to use up in Massachusetts, I think it's in New Hampshire, actually. The Massachusetts, New England, or New Hampshire border one. Like, they have a different... there it is. Connecticut, Massachusetts border one. They have, like, a different homepage now, and they're, like, asking you to donate. So I donated, but I still... Every time I try to go to the web SDR, it just sends me back to the same page. So I don't know what the hell happened. I was just using this thing yesterday. We'll talk about clearing the frequency.
Does it sound different than direct receive, Perry?
It depends. Where you're, well, it depends on where you're at. I mean, if I'm listening here, you know, and then I'm listening to a web SDR in, you know, Cincinnati or something, or like 300 miles away, yeah, the signals are usually different.
I wonder if I even make it up to New Hampshire.
Yeah, you're like making it into Maine, man. All of us are making it pretty much everywhere.
What, 110 watts? I'm making it up that far?
I would imagine so. Hold on a second here. Let's see, where am I at now? I don't even know which one I'm listening to. Key up.
You're listening to the one where I strap you.
Key up. All right, we're keyed up. I'm just curious. I never listened to SDR over the internet. How much latency is there?
It all depends. Some of the regular web SDRs, because there's like websdr.org, and then there's the Kiwi SDRs, and the Kiwi SDRs have more latency than the web SDRs. The web SDRs are pretty much, sometimes the latency is like negligible. It's like there is none almost. There's a very, very little bit. Now, like Kiwi SDRs, sometimes it can have up to a couple seconds of latency, but usually, like any websdr.org web SDR is usually very, very quick and very little latency.
Yeah, but the Kiwis give you the time delay of arrival. That kicks butt.
Yes, TDOA is awesome. There's a lot of cool features on the Kiwi. Like, you can, like Clark said, you can, you know, TDOA station. There's a CW decoder on there. There's a SSTV decoder. I mean, there's so much stuff. You can, like, Loran. I mean, it's Whisper. And all right, you're coming in fine business into central Vermont.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. Very good. Just curious. W1XTM. You hear me in Maine. Very good.
I think that was Bob. But Bob's in my noise. That was Bob, right, Clark?
Yup.
Okay, sorry, Bob. I'm all mouth and no ears. I'm an alligator.
Mud. duck.
Yeah. Mud duck.
Isn't that a CB term?
Yup.
Yeah, but, you know, if the shoe fits.
That's right. Yeah, right.
I remember the first time I heard the term mud duck. That's a good one.
You mud runner.
Well, I didn't hear mud runner. I heard mud duck. And took me a while to figure out what the hell the guy was talking about.
Yeah, see, it's usually shortened to duck. It's just you're a duck. You know, not really mud duck. People get called mud ducks, but, you know, you're a duck. Quack like a duck. Ain't nothing but a duck plucking duck.
Well, I'm talking about this is the early 80s, the early to mid 80s when they were still doing the original mud duck. Now I guess that you're saying it's shortened to just duck.
Yeah. It's pretty much just duck now. You better duck. I think I did alright with the fan noise. It's in there a little bit, but not nearly as bad as it once was.
I just got a nice little squirrel cage blower today. 110 blower. For my future rig. Got it free.
Well, free's always good, Arthur. You, cannot beat free. I gotta find my phone charger. My phone's gonna die. I'll be right back. W3MMR going to find my charger.
Alrighty. Wow. Let me check my... Everything's good. 2.7 SWR and about 80-90% modulation. Anyway, so how's the weather up there today, Clark? You had the same weather we had today?
You're what, like 10 miles away?
No. A little bit further. Maybe 20, 25 miles. I don't know, how wide is the sound from the North Shore to Connecticut? 10 miles?
No, you're in Nassau County, right?
Yeah, I'm down towards the South Shore.
Are you near Wantor?
I'm in Wantor. not near. I'm in Wantor. The island, I think, is 20 miles wide here.
No, not nearly that wide. My cousins grew up in Seaford on Hudson Street, Hudson Avenue. You probably know where it is.
Not offhand, but I know Seaford, Seaman Neck Road, and all that good stuff. I had cousins over there by a different name.
Yeah. Summer 1975, I went to go stay with my cousins in Seaford. You would think that we'd be out at Jones Beach every day. We were. The only problem for me is that was right after the movie Jaws came out, and I went to go see it. Spend every day making sandcastles 10 feet away from the water's edge.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't like Jones Beach. We used to go to Point Lookout. It's a town of Hempstead Beach. Point Lookout. I think it was a nicer beach. But actually, I kind of like the Jersey Shores better. The sand is much finer. Water looks a lot cleaner. And, I don't know, also had the boardwalk with all the rides and the food and everything.
Just think, when you go to Jones Beach, you've got choices. You can go to the hot dog stand and get those great hot dogs, or you could bring your own Philly cheesesteaks made at home. Now, what's better than that?
But there's nothing worse than eating a sandwich on the beach.
Yeah, we used to picnic after work. Back when the kids were small. My wife used to fry chicken and everything. You put the blanket down, and my buddy from high school and his wife and kids. Next thing you know, you'd be eating the chicken and it'd be a mouthful of sand.
You guys don't manage your picnic baskets very well. I had no, our parents, or not my parents, because I don't think I was ever at the beach except for one time caught on camera with my parents in Long Island. It was always with my cousins because they lived there, so I would get dropped off and, hang out for days or weeks or whatever. But, well, Phil, if that bothers you, this will really freak you out. When I go into Manhattan, I have a whole N1 BCG guide to Manhattan dining in under $10. A full meal with tips and dessert for under $10. How does he do it? He makes a beeline after he gets out of Grand Central Station for the first hot dog vendor. Scoops up, yeah, it's delicious. Scoops up one of those hot dogs with mustard, relish, ketchup, and by the time I get to the next street corner, it's gone, and I'm already looking for a place to throw away the napkins. Buy another one. By the time I get to the next street corner, it's gone. And what do you get at the next street corner? You get one of those salted pretzels for dessert. And how much have you spent? $9. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, maybe $9 in 1979. That's not today's prices.
Yes, it is. $3 for a hot dog.
And wash their hands.
You got to go to Papaya King. You could eat like a king at Papaya King for $10.
Is that the same thing as the furniture store called Sofa something or other?
Well, I don't know about that, but there's a couple of Papaya Kings. There's one on 86 and 3rd, and that one is always busy, but you can get like a lot of food for not a lot of money.
That was on Seinfeld, wasn't it?
Probably. It's pretty much a staple. There's one in Queens, a couple in Manhattan.
How could you pass up the street vendors? They're right there, convenient, and very inexpensive. And what do you mean 1970? Yeah, what was it? 3 weeks ago I was there. $3 for a hot dog.
All right.
That's expensive. I used to get 3 hot dogs, one with relish and sauerkraut, one with Coney Island onions, and the other one with chili for about $6. And a soda off a dirty water dog truck right here.
Yeah, what year is that? Now let's talk about decades.
No, that was within the last couple of years. The truck that I used to go to was called, what is it? I can't even think of the name. The guy is gone now. He really had good hot dogs and the old beef sausage, Sabrett sausage, with smaller than a bratwurst, a knockwurst, bigger than a hot dog. They're good. As a matter of fact, my wife went to BJ's and picked up 25 of them.
You know, what was it? It was a couple of months ago. I was working and I was out and about working, and I was so hungry. It was lunchtime, and I saw this hot dog truck pulled over and no one was there, and it was like right in the middle of lunchtime. I'm like, you know what? This works out great. He looks bored and I'm starving. So I went, bought a hot dog, and by the time I walked back to my car, it was gone. That's how hungry I was. Turned around, went right back to the window. Had to get up again. He was reading the newspaper. And I said, you know what? That was great. I'll have another one. So he goes, same way? I said, no, let's mix it up a little bit. Put cheese on it this time. So he makes another hot dog. I get that. I'm walking back to my car. Now I actually made it into the car, and then it was gone. And I'm still hungry. What the hell? Got out, went back to the hot dog vending. He knew he was sitting down back reading the paper again, and he goes, another? I said, absolutely. And he gave me the hot dog, and he said, you want a soda? I said, sure. So he got me a soda, and he goes, and the soda's on me. So I paid for 3 hot dogs and got a free soda. How about that?
Yeah, what'd you spend, $9?
Yeah, actually, I was probably about that. So what? After that, I was stuffed. That was a great meal for $9.
I mean, hell, anywhere you go now, I mean, you're gonna spend at least $9 if you go out to eat.
Whatever you want to call it. I guess Perry calls them grinders down there.
No, we call hoagies. Hoagie. It's like lunch meat and cheese, and if you like onions and lettuce and all that crap. I'm a meat, cheese, and bread kind of guy, but I forget what I was gonna say.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll give you something to say. So, what are they getting these days for a Philly cheesesteak? I know you can order accoutrements, but let's say down at that place there, or maybe at your favorite place, what's like the going rate for a basic Philly cheesesteak?
Well, if you're gonna go to the places down the city, Pat's or Gino's, you're gonna pay $14 or $15. I think they're $13 for a cheesesteak. That's just, like a whiz wit or whiz without. And that's a cheese whiz as your cheese, meat, bread, and wit is with fried onions, without is without fried onions. So you want one whiz wit, one whiz without. It's about $13. Then you can add other stuff on it, the price goes up. But for like a mom and pop joint, like we got around here, you get a cheesesteak at, they're usually anywhere from like $7.50 up to $10.
So, like everything, avoid the tourist traps.
Correct. Exactly. And that, $7.50 to $10 cheesesteak, it's a full meal. A lot of people can't finish them.
They're awful good, Perry. Awful good. To be Pat's cheesesteak place there. I think they went out of business.
What, in South Philly? Pat's is still there. Pat's and Gino's them places ain't going anywhere. They're right across from each other on Apache Ave. Right there. Yeah, those places aren't going anywhere. Those places make money hand over fist, and they're open 24 hours a day for the past 30 years. Just running them in and running them out. You should see how busy they get on like an Eagles game or the day of a baseball game. And then 2, 3. Well, this is before when the bars were open, but 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, when the bars let out, those places are mobbed.
Yeah, the last time I had a cheesesteak in Philly was back in the 80s, late 80s, and it was at Pat's. Got one at Pat's there.
Yeah, Pat's and Gino's are very similar. They're a different. There's really not too many other places that cheesesteaks are like theirs. They're very unique. As opposed to like chopped up, like chipped beef. Theirs is more like cut thinly sliced. More like a lunch meat. The steak is more like a lunch meat. As opposed to a lot of the cheesesteak places here in Delco, in Delaware County, take the meat and chop it up real fine. And then you'll have it more like a fine ground up chip beef as opposed to like a lunch meat almost.
The other ones are called shaved steak. Shaved steak.
What? Shane's Steaks?
No, shaved. Shaved steak.
Shaved, like shaving my steak. I'm going to shave the hair off my steak.
Oh, it's very thin. They call it shaved steak. The wife buys it here once in a while.
Yeah, it's made from mystery meat.
That's right. It's right from the Mystery Meat Radio Factory.
There's a place by me called the Piper's Kilt. You get a New York strip on a piece of toasted garlic bread with some mushrooms and onions on it. It's just, from the first bite to the last, it's like you're floating on a cloud.
You're making me hungry.
All of this is doing that.
See, I love like little joints like that. Like Philadelphia's full of them, little food joints. And I'm not talking just like for cheesesteaks. I'm talking about for any kind of food, especially Italian food, like Dante and Luigi's. The Italian restaurant's a big mob hangout back in the '80s. I mean, Dante and Luigi's is probably the best Italian food I've ever had. Then you have Ralph's on 9th Street. Ralph's is well over 100 years old, this Italian establishment. And 9th Street is the Italian market, where the Rocky famously ran through the streets of Philadelphia, and all the market was on either side, and the selling all the produce. That's the Italian market. It's an open-air market every single day on 9th Street in Philly, still to this day.
Yeah, it's fruits and vegetables. I was there as a kid.
Fruits, vegetables, meats, cheeses, anything you want. But anyway, back to what I was saying. There's a lot of little hole-in-the-wall places like that in Philly, and I'm sure New York City is no exception.
Yeah, but New York City's overpriced.
You gotta pay to play.
That's true. That's why I don't go out to eat much, because you gotta pay. It's expensive.
I'd gladly give my trust fund just to go out to eat dinner like tonight.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are on that same boat. Hell, my mom is right there. She'd be wanting to serve you. My mom is a part-time bartender, and she has her own cleaning business. And my sister's a bartender down in South Philly. And they've no work at all.
It's very sad. Hopefully things will change. Not so much here in the Big Apple, I don't think. But one of these days.
See, Philadelphia isn't that far behind you guys, so whenever you guys are going to be last, we're going to be shortly behind. Not that much further ahead of you.
Well, there's a lot of bright people out there that are actually starting to say, well, we should be first because we had it and we're done with it. And it's kind of ironic. They're opening up places in rural areas that haven't gone through the spike. And they're going to wind up having the spike. They haven't had it yet. We've had it weeks ago. We have like nothing. We're like back to the same levels that we were like in mid-March. So hopefully the thinking is going to come around, because what's going on now, it doesn't even make any sense. It's like we're kind of done with it here.
Yeah, we got to get past the COVID-19 stuff so we can get on to the next trauma, which will be the murder hornets.
Oh no, man! All you need is an an army of praying mantises, and you'll be okay.
Yeah, but murder hornets almost sound like they're going to be fun, because they're going to be big enough that you can actually like target them.
They do. They look ginormous, and they're about the same size as those cicada killers and big cicada wasps. And I'm just imagining how large those murder hornets must be, because those cicada wasps are ginormous.
Yeah, but they're all the way in Washington State. By the time they get here, Dow Chemical should have something figured out to get rid of them.
Yeah, and kill the rest of the wildlife.
Oh, what? Just Agent Orange, the whole Midwest. That'll get rid of them.
Are they here already, aren't they? W3MMR.
Washington State.
Weather, Clark.
So they're in Washington State.
Yes, they're in the Pacific Northwest, so we will be the last to see them, if at all. I'm thinking that by the time they get to, like, Idaho, some plan will be in place to deal with them.
There's this cool video. They're saying that the honeybees have learned how to kill these things. And they had the camera inside the nest, and they all swarm on top of the thing. And they overheat it, and it dies of being too hot.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a cool video. And they're saying
Wouldn't it
it's
just
like
be
a
easier if
learned
those bees
behavior,
just
like
stung
they
it?
figured it out.
Be done with it instead of have to hang out and smother it?
Yeah, and they're saying like they learned how to do this. So, and they think all the other, they're going to pass it on at Honeybee College or however they educate themselves, and they're going to take care of the problem themselves.
They communicate through the bee line.
That's the Daily Buzz.
Now that's cool. Nature figuring out how to deal with predators. So these murder hornet things are sort of like Mothra or Godzilla or whatever to us.
You know, what are they doing about the killer bees in the Southwest?
They're in the 2 reports of murder hornets or have come out of Blaine, Washington, which is just south of the border with Canada, Washington State. And unconfirmed reports of sightings as far south as Portland, Oregon.
Right, Pacific Northwest.
Right.
Well, those bees, they're on our bees, the good guys, are on the front lines, and they better get their stuff figured out there and deal with these murder hornets so they can go back to doing the stuff they need to do, pollinating stuff.
The things are ginormous. They're like the size of like big boxes of matches. This guy just had one in his hand, and it was like literally the entire size of his palm.
Was it dead?
Yes.
That's too big for being scary.
See, and then like the spider community, the bees, our bees need to team up with the spiders and coordinate an attack. So the spiders set up like these giant webs, and then the U.S. bees chase the murder hornets into the webs. See that? Team effort.
Yeah, we're not used to this stuff up here in the Northeast. We're kind of weak when it comes to dealing with insects and this scary stuff. Go to Florida. You go to Florida and you've got lizards running over your feet when you're sitting on a park bench. You got gigantic spiders crawling up your arm, snakes everywhere. Let's not even talk about the gators that are in your swimming pool. So we need to get tough up here in the Northeast.
Yeah, like when you go down and buy property in Florida, you can go buy it cheap at Gator Lakes Estates.
I mean, it's a bit much. I mean, you go down there and you're on vacation and you're like, it's like you're at Jurassic Park.
7,200?
Yeah.
Tommy, have you seen your younger brother?
How he was petting this big long dog, and he ate him.
Yeah, don't go swimming in the mangroves in Florida. Bad news.
They got the pythons trying to eat alligators.
Yeah. When the murder hornets get to Florida, the Floridians will be like, put it on my tab.
I remember the armadillos. They come right up to you. But they carry leprosy.
Make your arm fall off.
KC1BWH, come back in.
Well, this N1BCG has turned into a very interesting discussion.
What's your name? W2PHO.
N2MIN.
Look at all the things that have been discussed on this frequency in the past couple of hours. Boy, if people are taking notes, they've gone through several sheets of lined paper by now. And there is dry zone.
From the remote in the air.
Well, there you go, talking about doing things the long way around.
Yeah.
Are you 4 feet away from your microphone, Brian?
Why, is the audio level way down?
Oh, there you go.
He's pulling a Charlie.
N1XVW.
Ah, good. You guys can fight it out.
AC1DW8/AG.
And Nick at Night is back. That's so funny, Charlie, doing the taxi dispatcher sound. Oh my God, I'm still laughing over that.
I like that nickname.
Nick at Night, and he can only come on after sunset.
What happened? Nick and Nick, yeah, remember that show Pete and Pete? Does everyone remember Pete and Pete on Nickelodeon? No takers?
Wasn't it?
No,
Pete
we're
and
like the
Repeat?
foghorn leghorn crowd here.
Yeah, that's true, Phil. Nah, man, Pete and Pete was like early 90s stuff on Nickelodeon.
Not Pete and Repeat?
No, it was Pete and Pete.
When my kids were young, I remember SpongeBob and Pinky and the Brain, Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah, see, I liked Pinky and the Brain, and I was into Rugrats, or not Rugrats, Doug, and Ren and Stimpy before Ren and Stimpy got taken off of Nickelodeon for being too vulgar and went to I think they went to like Comedy Central or something, Adult Swim. But yeah, I was big into Doug and Rugrats. Real Monsters was another one. Hey Arnold, the kid who had a football head.
I remember Pinky and the Brain. And then my father, he would work second shift, so in the morning I would watch Chip and Sports Center. I was deprived as a child most of the time.
What are we gonna do tonight, Pinky? Or what are we gonna do tonight, Brain? The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
Absolutely. Yep. Never worked, did it?
Bullwinkle and Rocky. That's mine.
Yeah, I remember Rocky and Bullwinkle. It was obviously way before my time, but I definitely remember watching as a child.
And Aesop's Fables. They were interesting.
Anybody remember Are You Afraid of the Dark on Nickelodeon? That was like the ghost show that came on Saturday nights. No? Telling you, man, go on YouTube, look up Are You Afraid of the Dark, Clark. Clark, I think you'd get a kick out of that.
Now there's someone with a blower noise problem.
I thought you were vacuuming.
All right, guys, we're going to give you 73s. We had enough of radio. N2MIN. Talk to you tomorrow.
See, Art. Now, and does that blower noise sound worse than mine?
I actually don't hear yours.
That's a good thing. I must be doing something right. I mean, I'm obviously coming in strong enough, I would hope.
Yes, a fine business signal.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's 20 over up here.
Yeah, well, you're about 10 over down here. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah. Let me switch. Switch gears here. 122. I'll run about 300 watts, I guess. Yay.
Yeah, very good. That's something I'm going to have to invest in after I get the boat anchors up and working as an amplifier. Right now I'm just running barefoot. All my rigs are barefoot at the moment.
You're the new general, right?
QSL, that's me. Kilo Charlie 1, Delta Whiskey Hotel, Throat Alpha Golf. Me here is Nick, by the way. November India Kilo, Charlie Kilo, excuse me.
Can you tell me your call one more time? Was it KC1DWH?
That's it. You got it.
Awesome, Nick. Well, welcome to 75 Meter AM. My name's Perry with a P, and we're located in southeast Pennsylvania, 7 miles southwest of Philadelphia, here in Chester, Pennsylvania, in Delaware County. Running Apache Labs, a non-SDR transceiver, Henry 3KD classic amplifier, homebrew balanced down network tuner, and a 125-foot 600 ohm ladder line fed doublet. Apex is about 65 feet. So the barefooted rig that you're on is working fine. I hear you great.
Well, I appreciate that, and you're definitely, you sound great, and you got a good setup, sounds like, down there. I'm running just the new ST991 my cousin gave me, and that's going into a 350-foot Delta loop fed with ladder line about 8 feet up in the air. So that's the antenna that I'm using right now.
Oh, real good. Well, it's working great for you. It really is. And, yeah, I wouldn't mind getting my hands on a 991. Reason being is because my father and some friends of ours have been getting into the into the Yaesu fusion stuff, and the 991 does fusion, and also wouldn't mind having a rig, to take camping, and a mobile rig, and slash 2 meter 440 rig for the house as well. So if I do buy a radio, then that'll probably be the next radio I buy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's I have this, and I also have the ICOM 706 2G, but I don't know if I almost like the ICOM better. Maybe it's more user friendly, and I'm kind of a simple when it comes to technology, believe it or not. Got an email from someone about getting an SDR, all that stuff. Something I gotta learn and get into, I guess. There's all different types of facets of the hobby.
Yeah, there is. This hobby will keep you busy for years. Alright, well, I don't want to monopolize it. There's a lot of guys out here, Nick, but it's great talking to you, great working you. Welcome to AM, and welcome to the general portion of ham radio. Where was your call? KC1DWH/AG W3MMR. Standing by.
By the way, Nick, Gary, WA1EIG says congratulations on passing the general. Of course, that was a while ago. I have been remiss, as probably all the rest of us have, of monitoring the K3FEF chat room, which defaults to 3885. So to catch up on some business here. So Gary actually ended up signing, and Yellowy Blizzard of Oz says nobody ever says hello to us in the chat from their busy 38XX QSOs. Well, Yellowy, we're saying hi to you now. How's that? I know even though this is like 40 minutes later, my apologies, but hey, we were busy with our QSOs and one BCG.
KC1DWH, and I appreciate that. And yeah, I did get an email from Gary. Actually, I was preparing supper, which I had chicken a la king for the first time. It actually wasn't that bad. My father tasted it and swears it off, so I don't know. Maybe that didn't translate to me, but anyway, yes, hello, Gary, and I did get your email, and I will respond.
You know how he knew that? I don't know if you've seen the K3FEF web SDR, but it when you go to it, just by launching it, it automatically defaults to 3885 in the AM mode. So people, it's very popular, one of the most popular web SDRs, and so when people go to it, that which is us is the first thing that they hear. So we're sort of like the welcome mat to ham radio here. Yeah. And then you have to change the frequency and the mode to what you really want. But some people tune in and linger. And that's how people hear what's going on. They just go to the web SDR and it's automatically tuned into the fun spot, the one spot, Live 85.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I guess, like I said, I got to get the web SDR going. I was running radio with my grandfather, and I had a national MC-165 in my room at my parents' house, and I had it hooked up. The antenna was a mag mount, and I hooked it up to a gutter, and just do what you got to do. And you guys would come in great. I would listen to a lot of you guys late into the night. So yeah, you guys are the welcome usually to ham radio station.
This shit live right now.
And this is W2PHL. How you doing, Nick? If you want to hear what you sound like, if you want to replay this entire QSO, you can go on YouTube. You can put in my call, Whiskey 2, Papa Hotel Lima, W2PHL, 3885. I live stream it from the house 24/7. So when you're done, you can log on to that and pull the little slider back, and you can hear what you sound like compared to some of the other stations as received at my house.
Ah, very good. I'll have to check that out. And listening to myself, I haven't done that except on a former life in politics when I had to figure out what I sounded like before I was doing speeches and stuff. But that was a former life long ago.
Yeah, I also do the same thing, Nick. If you search the AM window on YouTube, I usually live stream. I don't live stream all 24/7 like Nick does. Or Nick. Jesus Christ, I called you Nick again, Phil. Like Phil does. But just give you the perspective, a station further away. I usually live stream all evenings, all night long, and usually into the morning. Sometimes I'll let it run during the day, but not usually because there's really not too much going on during the daytime. But, yep.
Yeah, I just was going to mention, I don't know if you noticed it, Perry, but YouTube has really improved this whole live stream thing. Sometimes it used to be 12 hours of content. Now it's like 24, and and it used to drop out a lot, and it doesn't do that anymore either. So it's kind of interesting. It must have upgraded the service.
Yeah, and I've also noticed there's been less latency. Usually, sometimes there's for a while there, YouTube was the worst with latency. Now it's pretty much seems to be Facebook. The audio quality's gotten better with YouTube. The video quality's better. I stream at 1080p, 60 frames a second, and I never have any problems with YouTube. The only one I usually have any problems with is Facebook. It only lets you stream for so long. Because I use Restream, where I stream to YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. And Twitch and YouTube will be going for 12, 14 hours. But not Facebook. I don't know how long Facebook does, but I think it might be 8 hours.
Yeah, the other day it was 20. The other day I was able to go back a full day, like 24 hours. I'm just looking right now. Yeah, right now it's only 12 hours, which is usually the norm. I don't know, maybe just some kind of glitch. Yeah, it's been pretty much 12 hours of DVR.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. And I'll go back and listen, while I'm at work. I'll re-listen to the QSO from last night, and then I'll listen to the continuation of the QSO after I went to bed.
It's Phil's 75-meter TiVo.
Yeah, the other morning I was listening, and I was listening to you guys the previous evening, and I almost got up and turned on the radio. I'm like, oh, wait a second, no, this is the latency is huge on this transmission, probably 12 hours.
Wow, these guys are up early. By the way, speaking of all this stuff, to reiterate, yes, hello web SDR listeners. We know you're there. So hopefully you're enjoying this QSO. Let us know in the comments. Now I sound like a YouTuber.
Yeah, please hit the sub button and make sure you hit that bell so you can get notifications when we're live streaming anytime we go live.
You gotta smash that subscribe button.
What's going on, guys? N2YKX.
That's right, Clark. You gotta smash. Make sure you smash that sub button. Make sure you smash that bell, that notification bell, so you get notifications every time we go live. Thank you for enjoying your content. And if you got any questions, comments, anything like that, put them in the comments below. Click up here for the next video. Click over here to subscribe, and we'll see you later. Thank you, and I'm out.
And don't forget to use the thumbnail for your video, which makes you look like your head's gonna explode.
Right, and you're your mouth's wide open, like you're so excited.
Exactly.
Sorry. Anyway, hi, Andrew.
Hello. Get this thing. Hold on, if you don't mind.
Make a perfect pair.
That's right. We just have to have...
Okay.
Perry, the only thing you're missing is a prize closet.
Man, that prize closet would be empty.
And one XV die. This must be an RF flow.
I want to go down to Ben and say hi to Brian. I'll be back. W3 MMR. Hello.
Hello. It's not packing as much punch as it usually does, Bri, but it's okay.
Whose punch are you packing? That didn't sound right.
No, it didn't, Perry.
Good evening. I was up on 85 and I heard you guys wanted to just come down and say hello and be a hit and run operator.
Oh, why am I splattering on 85?
No, not at all. Not at all. Actually, they're splattering down here.
Alright, and hello to Dave. I heard Dave in there, I thought. Trying to figure out why the mod monitor is showing me that I have 100 plus modulation, but all the rack gear is showing very low VU when I'm on remote. That's what I'm on. The truck's running in the driveway and the remote sitting in here with me. And all the rack gear is showing very, very low VU. But the mod monitor's screaming. I hear the FETs. I get too close, it probably feed back.
I think you should leave it alone. How does everybody else feel about that?
Well, you're on a different microphone than you're normally on, so you would sound a little different, but you sound fine. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it.
Alright, well, I'm going to bag this and leave it for another day then. One of these days I'll find myself a big old roll of microphone cable and a bunch of damn connectors, and I'll sit here and have a solder fest. Actually, I'll just burn fingers.
There you go. You can just solder your fingers together.
Have you ever tried to solder by braille?
No, but it should be interesting. I'll watch.
Yeah, I want to see video of that. You could probably like make that video go viral.
The smoke that you see in this video is not from any solder that has been harmed.
Only from the human that's been harmed.
Just the operator.
As you see the flesh melt away. Oh, gee. That gives me shivers just talking about it.
Brian, did you say you heard Dave? Hello, Dave. Dave, how about it, Dave? How about it, Dave? You got a copy?
May have mistaken you for him when you did the quick key hello there or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just on the Anon with the Henry. Fixed the Henry. It's working so much better. Now that the transformers wire color correctly. Yay, yay, yay. And it's working. It's happy now.
Tell me, Barry, I'm going to change something here. Did the audio level drop way off there?
It definitely did drop. Give me a little more audio both ways, if you can.
Okay. This is position 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And even the mod monitor shows it way off. And then this is position 2. And now the mod monitor right, but the rack gear's still all screwed up, so I don't know what is going on here. It's either RF or I have a gain level
Side, and it would click off.
which I really don't feel like screwing with because you have to log into it all by the computer.
Position 2, where the rack gear looks screwed up but the mod monitor says it's okay, is the sufficient position. It sounds good there. The first position, I could barely even hear you. Lots of carrier, no audio. Position 2, audio, it sounded fine.
Okie dokie. Enough with the audio games for tonight. Thanks, Terry. I appreciate it. Thank you, Miss Terry.
You're welcome. Yay. My audio looks okay. I think I got most of that blower noise out of there. Alright. 300 watts of carrier.
Nice and loud, you both are. I'm not hearing the blower noise at all. I'm using, if you're familiar with the TS480HX, all it has is a little 2.5 inch to 2 inch speaker in the back of the control head. That's all I have for the remote.
I think that mic has a lot of proximity effect because you were loud and then you just started drifting away to nothing. Like you were talking away from the microphone.
I may have. I was looking around here. I'll try to stay in it this time and see if it drifts away again. It actually looks like it's dropping off, doesn't it? I don't know, Perry. There's something wacky going on here. My big stick can start beating on stuff.
Yeah, I could definitely use more audio now. Who knows? Give it a rest for the night. Plug in Old Faithful, put the remote away.
Yep, that's what I'll do. And that's right. Alright, well, we'll just let it be here. And see, we'll come back at it maybe this weekend. And throw the dummy load on it and see if that's what is causing the trouble here. So, alright, enough of this horse hockey. Let me put this mess back.
Hit it on 75.
Show up on the normal rig. Thanks.
There's a...
FV.
Alright, I'm gonna head back up to 85. I'll be bouncing around between the two. Go say hi to Chris. And I never even signed out up there, I just kind of disappeared, so I feel bad. But I'll be back and forth.
Alrighty then. We'll be here. KC2UFU.
Clark's rubbing off on you.
I know.
When you put that to the AGC setting, the audio gets like restricted and it gets very communication sounding. There's a mod that will change the time constant on the IF deck, and it'll almost sound as good as if it were in the manual gain position. And I did that to the couple of R390As I had here, and oh, wow, they sound great.
Well, people can go bad on the DX160, but one feature that I really like about it is the RF gain control is a dual gang pot. One of them actually controls the gain of the RF amplifier. The other is on the antenna connector. So it literally reduces the input to the radio. And so mine is at 12 o'clock. I rarely turn the RF gain up beyond 12 o'clock. So it's straight up. And you get a very, very quiet receiver as a result of that, which I really like.
Good evening, I'm back. W3MMR.
Yeah, hey Perry. Well, Phil, right now I have 3 R390As in service here and a 390. I never noticed the AGC affecting the audio response at all, but I did change those time constant caps to values that I prefer in most of mine, and it was well worth it. That big oil cap for the AGC slow position, every one I ever saw was bad. They're all leaky.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think the guy's name was Langford, and it was an electric radio, and I noticed a huge difference. And it wasn't just the timing, like a release thing. It was like the attack. You were changing that as well. It was like changing. There was a couple of resistors you had to pull the IF deck out and change them, and I found it to make a huge difference. But maybe I just had a weird IF deck. But when I would put the thing in manual gain, it would sound huge, with a good signal. The audio sounded great, and then as soon as you turn it back to one of the AGC settings, it just didn't sound right again, and it sounded like compressed, almost like restricted. You lost some of that openness. And doing that mod, and I think that's what it was. This guy's one of those R390A gurus. I think his last name was Langford. I don't know if he was a ham or not, but I did that mod to it and made a big difference.
Yeah, Langford put a couple of diodes in across the resistors so that when you get ADC voltage, there's no delay with the attack, which basically makes the sideband reception work better. I found it to be a mixed bag. Yeah, same here. That was all for sideband. I tried those mods. It was more work than I wanted to do, and I didn't particularly care for the result. And ended up doing my own AGC mods, which was mostly just changing the time constants of those caps. And all was well after that. W2JBL. W2JBL with a quick chime, that's all.
W2PHL. Yeah, no, it wasn't with diodes, that's for sure. So that's probably not the mod.
But what you're referring to, though, with things getting crunchy when the AGC is on, is a lack of AGC on certain stages. There's a million bypass caps across the AGC line. And those go leaky and this and that and the other thing. And they're all isolated with decoupling resistors, so you can lose AGC to 1 or 2 stages and not necessarily affect the whole radio, but that's the effect. I just pulled a module out of this receiver about 3 weeks ago. First I noticed the S meter was reading much higher than it used to, and then even though it still indicated AGC, it gradually lost its AGC to a couple of stages. And the audio would get all crunchy and compressed. It was intermittent. So I bought another module on eBay, and that was the end of that problem. Did I double with you, Chris? I don't know. I was transmitting.
Bingo.
Who won?
It was a tug of war for a while, but Chris.
Oh man, he stabbed you.
It was almost a perfect double too.
Yeah, Chris and I are like simpatico.
I find that amazing how often that happens, where it'll be a long transmission and it'll be a perfect double, and it happens more often than not.
Play the lottery.
But what do I play? What's the number?
However many seconds they end up doubling for.
Oh, I can go back and ooh.
Yeah. Oh, well, Phil is in here. A little off topic, but hey, Phil, Carrie and I are going to race each other. Ken is in on it. We're thinking about maybe if we can get enough people together, renting Atco Speedway in southern New Jersey for some Saturday or Sunday afternoon, and have an AM shootout at the drag strip. Would you be? We need cars. Bottom line, we need cars. Would you entertain the idea of running your Camaro down there, even without hammering it?
Oh, that car is not built for speed. I would go down. I would absolutely show up, but it would be embarrassing to actually run it. That's meant for cruising on the highway, that car.
Well, that's why I say you don't have to beat on it. Just make a couple of exhibition runs. I mean, Jesus, Carrie's in a 10-second car. I'm in a 14-second car, so you know who's going to win.
Yeah, I'm lucky if I'm at 15 seconds with that car.
You know what they say, run what you bring. But, okay, so that's cool. So you'd at least make the gig. If we don't, if we get enough cars, we can rent the track. Otherwise, we'll just go down there on one of the time trial afternoons and, you all can hang out and whatever. But that's, we've talked about it a couple of times. All right, cool. Thanks for the input.
I'd bring the Packard if I'm invited.
Packard?
Yeah, I got a 54 Packard Clipper Deluxe. Currently in the process of restoring. Runs pretty good.
Cool. Way cool.
Yeah, we used to work, made wiring for antique cars. So that's kind of how I got into that hobby. So I bought the car, I rescued it from my old junkyard. Had to put a gas tank in it and all new brakes and putting all new trim on it and whatnot. Eventually it's got to get painted and body work.
Oh, that's cool. I've been a car guy all my life. I've had a lot of performance cars and cars that I've restored and stuff. Yeah, that's cool. Well, Carrie has she's got a drag car. It's an 87 or 88 Monte Carlo. I guess it's a bracket racing car. I'm not a drag racer. I'm a road racer. So I'm not totally familiar with her world, but she's probably in the 10-second bracket of like 140 miles an hour. She's driving a pretty serious piece of hardware.
Yeah, that definitely sounds, I have the engine in mind. It's the last of the flat or straight 8. That's it's 327, so it's got a lot of torque in that baby, but not really made to race.
Oh, I know. And in fact, what was it, last August or September, I was going out towards Montgomery, New York to see a friend of mine that does work on one of my cars. I'm on Interstate 84 in New York, and I come upon a flatbed truck with a 54 or 53 Packard on it that had literally looked like it had just been pulled out of the barn. I mean, there was hay all over it, and bird droppings, and somebody had just rescued it. And man, there had to be 3/4 of a mile of chrome wrapped around that car, and oh man, it was gorgeous.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the chrome, when I got it, was pitted, especially on the mascot in the front, and missing some of the trim. So I've been slowly adding it, and my buddy took me down to Hershey last year, and and I went to Hershey and Deerfield, and so I drove back from Hershey on Thursday night, slept for 4 hours, and then drove to Deerfield, and I'm addicted to both, I guess. So, yeah, I guess Deerfield got moved back a week or something. There's Hershey, I can go down for the full week now, so that's good. My two hobbies don't have to conflict.
I got to make it to Hershey one of these years, just like I should make it to Dayton. I finally got to Deerfield last year for the first time in the spring. Frozen my cojones off, but anybody on frequency know what the deal is with Nearfest now? Is it fully canceled or moved back or what?
I read it was canceled.
Oh, that sucks.
I heard it was canceled for May, but they were still waiting to see about October. Has anybody heard anything different?
Well, it's on for October, whether they'll have it or not, but they have a date.
Okay, I think the 16th and 17th.
Oh, damn, I'm always in the Adirondacks that weekend. Maybe I can make a change. And I'll dress a little bit warmer. Jesus, when I went last spring to Deerfield, I froze my ass off. It was terrible. That, and I stayed in a crappy hotel in Manchester. I'm never going there again.
What hotel was that? I get the La Quinta. It's been pretty good. And we kind of have a program. We'll try to go up on Thursday night and get over there on Friday. Generally, that's how it works, except last year with Hershey and all.
Yeah, that's what I did. I went up Thursday night, and I stayed in this crappy Holiday Inn Express. It was 50 feet from what was that, Route 93 or 293. It was like 50 feet from the highway that I had just got off of. And it's on this main street or Route 28. It's out by the airport. I'd never been to Manchester before, but my God. I grew up near New York City. That neighborhood, I swear to God, I thought I was in the South Bronx in like 1980.
Yeah. Try the La Quinta next time. It is right off the highway, but it's in a better neighborhood, and it's fitted up well. I kept going back there. My uncle, who lives down in North Carolina, my grandfather's brother, as you said, he froze his cojones off. He's not used to the Northeast anymore. Remember that last May? It was still chilly.
Oh, yeah, and I was sick. That didn't help. I had a cold. I had I had a dental infection. That's what it was. I was freaking miserable. Well, does La Cinta have a bar and a restaurant in it? I didn't know at the time I booked the room that a Holiday Inn Express doesn't have a bar or a restaurant. And I don't drink and drive. I do drink. So, it was Joe Six-Pack in the hotel room. It kind of sucks.
Well, it doesn't have that, unfortunately. That's basically what we did. We love to drink Narragansett. We tend to go over to Johnson's about 5 o'clock or so, and then we head over to the hotel after that. I think it also rained at Deerfield, so we went over to the Bass Pro Shops or Walmart and bought brand new raincoats in the hope that it wouldn't rain. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it was bad, and like I said, I was sick. Yeah, I went in that Walmart, which was like impossible to find. You could see it from the main road, but you couldn't get to it. Well, I'll take another stab at it. I'll find a hotel that's got a bar and a lounge in it, and so I can be entertained and get a drink without driving around someplace. And we'll try it again because it was good. I got to meet a lot of people that I hadn't met before from AM, and I also reunited with a lot of people from AM that I haven't seen since we were in high school, and that's 40 years ago. Plus, W2JBL.
The Holiday Inn in Concord. That's the place. Got the bar and the restaurant in the hotel.
How far is that from Deerchester?
It's probably like 20 miles, maybe a little bit more.
Well, so that's the same distance as it was from my room in the South Bronx.
Yeah, it's a nicer place. Nick, KG2IR, recommended that like 10 years ago or whatever, and I've been going there ever since.
Yeah, I'll take Nick's word for it.
Hey, you guys signed me out. Got to get out of here. W2PHL.
I don't know. Nick likes to stay in those seedy places.
Yeah, I'm getting out of here too. 7-3, guys. Take care. W3 MMR.
Oh my God, I cleared the frequency.
why I never say I'm leaving, because this is what happens.
Nah, work's been busy, man. I want to get to bed at a decent time tonight. I'll catch you guys later. W3 MMR.
Yeah, 7-3's Perry. I know you get up in the middle of the night to go to work. I understand. And Clark, the better hotels with the bars and the restaurants have the better hookers in them.
Now there's a perk.
Might even get Brian over here with his tennis ball launcher and maybe get it up a little higher. That might be cool. Height is might, right?
That's what they say. Although, my antenna's only up about 60 feet. It works all right. I'm down in a hole here.
Yeah, I'm down in a hole too. And I think I probably have mine now right up around 60, 65. I was a little lower before some branches were getting in my way. And I had the dipole up, and I was just pulling from the sides. I didn't have like a line in the middle there to pull it up in the middle so it sags. So I added a line to the middle. Not the tree branch I caught isn't quite over the top, but it's doing pretty good.
I hate when your antenna sags low.
Hey, Dave. You sound fantastic. I'm going to bed, but I'm leaving the live stream on here so you can hear yourself. You can go back and listen to it later. But you sound great, Dave. And hi, Carrie. Bye, Carrie. Hi, Brian. Bye, Brian.
Wow, a short stop-in by Perry. Okay, well, thanks, Perry. I appreciate the comment on the station. And, yeah, I look forward to checking out the live stream and getting a good feel for how it sounds.
Yeah, I think you'll be happy. Looks, you're fairly strong here. You're like 30 over, so you're putting in a hell of a signal and sounding great at the same time. So 2 thumbs up, man. I hope you're liking the flex.
I am. I'm definitely enjoying it. Brian and I have been playing around. Well, Brian's been trying to play around with it through remote connection, which has been interesting to figure out. But, wow, you must have to get up early tomorrow. Or you had a late night last night.
Yeah, well, I got a little bit of stuff I got to do before I go to bed. And I get up at 5. About 4:30, actually, I get up, so. And I enjoy my sleep. So. Yeah, work's been, I don't know, I work like 11 hours a day, too, so I'm tired. Anyway, but you sound great, Dave. And, I'm glad you're enjoying it. We'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. W3MMR.
Good night,
Yeah,
Perry.
Perry. Have a
You
good
sound
one.
tired.
You're 30 plus over
Go
here
to
as
bed.
well.
Yeah, I'm going to bed, Carrie. That's for sure. And 30 plus, yeah, I'm doing something. Doing 300 watts, though. Out of the Henry. Alright, we're out. Good night. W3 MMR is out.
Whatever happened to Brian? Brian, did you get lost?
He must have a lot of toys to, or stuff to move out of his vehicle. I don't know. Well, did you, Carrie, did you get to go outside at all today? It was actually, other than being a little chilly and windy, it was pretty nice when the sun was out.
No, not really. I was in my office in here all day. Took a lunch break with Brian. We talked on the repeater for a little while. Then I went back to work. Then I made dinner. I got outside probably about 5:30, 5:45. By then the wind had kicked up. It wasn't quite as nice, I guess, as it was earlier today. But not too bad. Now I went outside to. So weird when you do these soil tests. Like you really feel like you're in like 5th grade science class.
Hello, Carrie.
Hello, Daryl.
Blast from the past.
Yes. How was your Mother's Day, Carrie?
My Mother's Day was pretty good. Just hung around with the kids for a while, and they wanted to get me one of those fire pits, like the ones with like the concrete that are made out of concrete, and they have like the metal inserts in them. And I guess they kind of thought about it, you know, probably Saturday, and then we're gonna go get it Sunday. And they called all over the place, and they couldn't find one anywhere, because I think a lot of people are spending time in their backyards and doing landscaping and stuff like that. So everybody's sold out of them for now. So they had me helping them try and find my Mother's Day present. But that was fun. I told them it didn't matter. It's the thought that counts anyway. Then we just had some dinner and hung out. It was just nice to have the boys around for a bit. So, what'd you do for your wife?
Well, we do like to go out and eat, and everything just shut down. So we ate in, and we couldn't bring the grandkids over, and so we FaceTimed them and all that, had fun. But I don't know, maybe the summer, maybe they'll lighten up everything around here and open up everything. So I don't know. She was feeling down a little bit because we usually go out, but it is what it is. But it turned out nice. Weather was good, but I don't know. Maybe next year be better. But I'll make it up. Okay. Just want to say hello. And sounded good as always. So I'm going to get out of here. Because she's in the kitchen making din-din. Matter of fact, she's running late. But, alright. Take care. And I'll be here for a little bit.
Alright, sounds good. Oh, I did get to go out to, I don't know if you've ever been out to Berlin there. They have the Berlin flea market or whatever. I didn't realize that it is still sort of open, like just to the outside stuff and everything. So I went down there and got a ton of vegetables and flower plants and all that stuff or whatever. They had some really good deals down there. Got like a whole flat of all different kinds of vegetables or whatever. It was like 40 plants for like $13.
Wow, that's a deal. Yeah, I like going out to Columbus out there in 206 and travel that road and find all those places that's selling all kinds of plants and stuff. And we started on our garden last week, and it just was too cool out there. But I might have to take a run this weekend. Hope the weather be a little better. Go down 206 in Columbus. All right, let me go. She just brought din-din to me, so I'll be back.
All right, Daryl, have a good one. Yeah, I mean, it's worth the trip to Berlin if you go on a Saturday morning, because nowhere else. Like, there was other vendors there. I mean, their prices were okay, but this lady, man, I was taking out a flat of flowers and a flat of vegetables for $26. I was a happy camper. Go enjoy your dinner. I'll talk to you in a little bit. KC2UFU. Are you back, Brian?
Yes. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, good. You're here. And then so's K1GTX. Hello.
Hey, Terry, how are you?
His name's not Brian.
Just a quick hit and run. Heard you out here. I was listening up to the other band. I understand you're a strip racer.
I'm a what?
Drag race.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sometimes. Not so much anymore. But, yeah, I used to do it quite a bit. Quite a bit.
Yeah, that's awesome. I used to do New England Dragway with my 70 Challenger with the Hemi in it. Pulled, not like what I hear from you doing, but I pulled low 11s, but still, that's awesome. I just want to get in there and say hello. And the new general here, you're 20 over here on Cape Cod. The name here is Wes. Calls Kilowatt 1 Golf Tango X-Ray.
Very good. Hey, we're going to have another ladies' night this Saturday. Same bat time, same bat channel. It's going to be Ladies' Night 2.0.
Excellent. I heard that. And okay, so it's this Saturday night. Awesome. Well, I'll make sure that Miss Priscilla is in here at the Command Central and try to get her to talk a little more. She's very, very shy. And like I said, that was the first time we've been married for 10 years going, and went out much longer, never touched a microphone until you came on here, so that's pretty good. If I can get her going, maybe I can get her license, so, and then we can both buy equipment.
Yeah, it's worked out pretty well for Dave. Just baby steps. Don't push her too much. We'll get her talking, don't worry. You let me do my job.
Will do. Alright, I just wanted to come and say hello. I'm actually getting ready to fry up a steak out on the grill and have some supper, maybe listen to some tunes. Good talking to Carrie and everyone else out here. Have a fine evening. K1 GTX 7-3 for now.
See that, Dave? We all have plans. Dave, go to the beer replacer again. He keeps forgetting to fill his mini fridge. Anyway, shut your truck off, Bri?
Someone's kind of sliding in.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's I had to put the radio head back and run the mic cable and the control cable and the network box and unplug it from its battery and plug it into the 12-volt power in the truck. Picked up a plate of food on the way through the door, and well, here I am. I hope, if everything's working right.
Yeah, you're here. You're definitely here. I don't know where Dave went, but you're here. So good. Now I don't have to email Wes because he knows that there's another ladies' night Saturday. Because actually I was just going to send out I was just getting my list together to send out emails to everybody. And I found a lot of people, so that's one less I have to email.
Sorry, Carrie. I got an emergency call from work, and now I got to send a few emails, but I can email and talk at the same time, hopefully.
Unacceptable, Dave. Unacceptable.
I know. And hello, Brian.
Good evening.
All right, I'll be right back. I got to go dump out these test tubes.
Okie dokie.
Wow, now we're leaving Brian here by himself. All right, well, I can probably talk and email a little bit at the same time.
Not if you have my luck.
I'm not doing it on an iPad.
when I email and talk at the same time, usually what I'm saying ends up in the email, and what I'm typing ends up on the air.
Well, I guess I better be careful then. I don't think I should be saying on the air what I have to email.
Probably not.
So, did you ever get a chance to remote in?
The network firewall at the shop won't let me go outside the network with whatever ports or whatever crap it is that it needs opened.
Huh. Don't you own that place?
Yeah, but I don't mess with the network firewall.
Huh. Okay, well, I mean, I guess I can understand that.
Not really sure I want to do that, unless they can. I have to call the IT guy. Maybe he can just assign those ports direct to my machine, and nobody else has access to it, you know?
Yeah, Actually, they should be able to do, I mean, usually you do the port forwarding to a specific IP address, and, you know, the IP address being your PC. As long as your PC has a static IP address, should be good.
Yep, that's what we're hoping anyways. We'll see. I'm trying to look at these levels here. Whatever.
Yeah, even on...
And then the next day, you know, contact the host or hostess and say, what a wonderful time. You were in the middle of talking to all these guests and we didn't want to bother you, so we decided just to slip out. That's the favor to the host. And I believe that it carries over very well to amateur radios. So if you're on frequency or in a QSO or something like that, just make sure you blow out your call sign and just slip quietly away. And then that doesn't disrupt everyone else. Just a thought. Just a little ham social etiquette advice there. And then that doesn't just...
So, it's doing what it's supposed to do. So long as you don't see it up there all the time, if it's just occasionally, then it's doing what it's supposed to do.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Yeah, it hits up there every once in a while, and then... But the main bar doesn't even hit -10, so most of the time it doesn't even hit -10.
Yep. Leave it alone, Dave. I have friends in Jersey.
Oh, no, I'm not touching it. But, you know, it's still kind of new, so every time I get on, I'm like all worried that something's not right.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, that smart SDR stuff kind of ticked me off because it wasn't so much that it wouldn't connect. I knew that was going to be an issue where some ports in the firewall had to be opened. But what ticked me off is when it failed to connect, it would lock up and you couldn't close the damn software without rebooting the stupid machine.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that sucks. That seems a little ridiculous. Yeah, so you had no luck with the work PC or the iPad?
Nope. That's all right. I don't know. We'll tinker with the PC here at the house and see see how that is first, I guess, and decide whether or not we're going to go through the effort of getting the firewall ports open. That's if I can find documentation that tells me what ports need to be open.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because, yeah, going through... Yeah, I wonder what they have set up there. I can try and look around, too. Because that is interesting. I do sometimes run a VPN, not all the time here, but I do. So I would like to know as well.
I don't know. I didn't read any of the documentation. I just tried to do what I did here at the house, and what I did here at the house worked fine business, and it didn't work fine business there. So, oh well. When I come here to the house, and this switch right here gets flipped, it all works.
WA1STH, good evening.
There's a man who knows it all.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Don't believe me? Just ask him.
You are correct. What is it do I know? Fill me in. What is it that I know everything about?
Life in general. The secrets to the universe.
Well, I'm still learning all that stuff. It's taken a long time, too.
What makes women tick?
Kennedy?
I doubled to somebody.
Oh, I was just asking if you could tell us who killed Kennedy.
No. No, but I've been there. I went to where he was shot and saw how far everything was away, whatever. And I actually have the same gun that was used to kill President Kennedy. And I want to tell you it's not very accurate. And I also want to tell you I tried to get off as many shots as that fella did with that bolt-action gun, and I would say it was pretty damn impossible.
Excuse me, sorry. Sounds like you're on your flex, Steve.
Yes, I am. Is that good or bad?
Well, I don't hear a hum, so I guess it's good.
Oh, you would have to bring up that hum, wouldn't you? If you're not nice, I'll go turn the 101 on.
That's strange. I was trying to. You were in an extended QSO the other night, and I was just kind of listening to it, wondering if it was. Well, you said it's not acoustical, so strange. It really is strange. I hope you pin it down. But you're on what? 6600?
Yeah, I'm on the 6600 tonight. Now, I thought you ran a Yaesu at one point. Maybe I'm wrong. And, you know, the interesting part about that is some people report the hum and some people they don't even notice it. So I guess it's fairly subdued. Hopefully the audio that comes out of the thing is overwhelming enough that it negates it.
I guess it depends on what people have for receivers and how they're running their receivers, Steve. You know, I've walked into shacks before where people have their receivers so screwed up, or at field day or whatever, and it drives me nuts. So I have two Pioneer cabinets here that I rebuilt. These damn things are from the late 80s, and they stand about 3 foot tall. And they got, 10-inch subs in them, and mid-horns and tweeter horns in them. And I power them with a 35-watt amplifier that's fed with the line output of the audio of the Pro 3. Now, the Pro 3 isn't isn't the greatest receiver and will overload, but I run a lot of attenuation, and anyways, it's got pretty good frequency response. So hums and buzzes, excessive sibilance, high compression, jumps out at me. So, I don't know. It's not offensive by any means at all. And I probably would not have picked up on it had you not mentioned it. But one thing I did notice is its intensity seems to increase and decrease. And what I was trying to do the other night when you were in Accuso for a while there, I was trying to figure out if it was something that was decreasing as you were talking, or I was trying to figure out its pattern. It's not a straight, volume is not a straight hum, if that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, it does. And you are correct. It does depend on the receiving equipment, no question about it. And the issue is that I have the F and the E, and they both hum. And Rich, ETP, said he has one that hums. So I'm trying to figure out if it was a design flaw. QIX thought that he remembered he fixed that, and he saw a defect in the design. I'd like to have it so it was totally quiet. May never be, but feeding it processed audio made a huge difference as far as it being really good quality audio, and it helps not negate the hum, but it makes it a little bit better. I don't know what the hell I'm trying to say, but anyways, didn't you run a 101 for a while?
Yeah, I had it on the air last weekend for a little while. In fact, I think I had it on the air when you were on the air. FT101, and I had it on with the D104. I usually used to run it with the audio chain, the rack gear here, but I had the 101 just sitting here on the bench. I was playing with it. I keep meaning to pair it up with the SP220 and use it on 40 meters.
Did you ever get a report of any kind of hum?
I don't know, Steve. I don't ever recall having that comment, so I don't know. I can put it back on the air someday, but not tonight. I'm done playing with stuff. I'm sitting here flapping my gums.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Somebody a couple of K down. Oh, I wish people wouldn't do that. There's some kind of digital crap going on below us too, but I narrowed the receiver up, and that took care of that. But yeah, if you ever have it on, solicit comments and see if they can hear a hum, a very low hum. Because I'd like to track that down on both radios, but we'll see what happens. And yeah, did you have a question about the 6600?
No, I was going to introduce you to my friend Dave, Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel. Who's the other gentleman here who's patiently, quietly waiting? And Gary, I heard you. Good evening again.
No worries, Brian. I was just finishing up my emergency emails. Hello, Steve. I just got a Flex 6400.
An audio tech,
so just got it a couple days ago, actually.
And that's it.
Brian's been helping me get it set up.
So I just thought you two should say hi, because I think you're probably the most knowledgeable of the newer Flexes here in AM. I don't think anybody has been as deep in them as you have, as far as the different audio and processing and microphones, and I think you've had every model. I think the only one you're missing is the 6700. So Dave, W30H, say hello to Steve, WA1STH, who's on a Flex, KB3WSV.
Yeah, hello, Steve. Brian, I think I doubled with you there for a second, but yeah, I just got the 6400 a couple days ago, and Brian's been helping me get it set up. So enjoying it. Took me a couple days to get used to the software. I think we got it nailed down pretty good. Brian and I are still playing with the remote connectivity. That's been a little bit of a challenge.
Oh, well, are you talking about router challenges outside of the radio, or are you talking about the smart link's pretty easy?
Brian was able to connect remotely, but we were having a little trouble when he would change a setting. For example, he was in on his PC, so he had to use his PC as his mic, and on my end I would have the mic set so I could talk through the mic. But if he changed it on my end, or on his end, it changed on my end, and my understanding that's not supposed to happen.
Oh, you're operating in a multi-operator situation. You're both operating the radio at the same time, am I correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah, I've only done that once, and that was with, what's his name from Jersey? He was over in Ireland, and I think I was on the radio with him once. Yeah, that would seem to be something. Are you familiar with the Flex forums yet? There's a whole Flex community out there to ask those kind of questions to.
Yeah, I was on there yesterday. I have a couple of tips for Brian and I to try. We just haven't had a chance to do it. One of the threads was saying that each user should set up a profile and enact that profile on each side, and that should help for some reason.
Yeah, well, yes. That probably will solve the issue, because I had separate profiles set up for me, and name's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't spit it out. And yeah, I operate my Flexes remote a lot. And this one had been operated from Ireland. Brian might remember who that was. Jeez, Billy knows him and Perry knows him. He's in the younger age group. Wish I could remember his name. I can even picture him. But anyways, you'll love the radio. Did you get a mod monitor yet? Did you get one of Steve's mod monitors? They come in very handy.
No, I didn't, Steve. I haven't even heard of it. You'll have to tell me about it.
He doesn't need any more encouragement to spend any more money. He's in trouble enough as it is.
Well, you never let anybody who's supervising the money know what you're spending. That's the first rule, and everything is $50. There's something called an REA modulation monitor, built by REA Associates, and that is WA1QIX. And it's a software device you put on your PC, and it has a pickup that goes in your coax line, and you can look at all kinds of neat stuff. You can look it up online. You will love it, and it will come in very, very handy for you. What else can I get them to spend money on? Oh, all kinds of stuff. What are you doing for audio for that yet? Have you settled on anything, or are you using just a mic and EQ, or what's going on with that?
So right now I'm running a Audio Technica AT2020 for a mic into a mixer, a multi-mix Alesis, and my audio out is going to a pair of JBL controlled 2-piece speakers. The only issue I have going there is my multi-mix mixer. The output that goes to the speakers is a mono out, so I have to run a splitter. I'm not really able to pan between the two speakers like I was before, which was kind of nice because I could have one of the speakers set up for one thing and another frequency or another radio on the other one.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you got a handle on the audio stuff, and Brian certainly is no stranger to setting that up. So what I hear on this end, and it could be band conditions, is that When you speak up into the microphone, you appear to be overdriving a little. Do you hear that, Brian, or is it just on my end?
I think it's the band, Steve, because I'm hearing it on everybody here this evening. The band is way up and down. It's a roller coaster.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. It's not a good night to refine audio settings, but sounds like you got it playing pretty good. You'll love the radio now. If you want it remote or just in the format you and Brian were using it in?
No, I actually made my first couple of contacts. Well, I wasn't too far. I was out in the backyard. I was on the patio, but it was nice. I was outside. It was a nice day, and I was on the laptop and made a couple contacts on 40 meter, and that was great. I just used the laptop, and I have a. It's made by Blue. I think it's called a Yeti mic, and I just use it for voiceovers on GoPro videos. But it worked pretty good actually. So yeah, I really love it. That aspect is so cool that I can get on the radio from anywhere I have internet access.
You don't know anything about a Blue Yeti, do you, Steve?
Say that one more time, Brian.
You don't know anything about a Blue Yeti, do you?
Blue Yeti. No. But I do have a Yeti USB microphone. Maybe the same one that Dave's got. It's a big son of a gun. It's a large condenser USB microphone, and it plays very, very, very well with the Flex. However, I also have a CAD U2 headset that has a condenser microphone, and that plays really well. So there's all kinds of options, but if you want to go to a headset, I would definitely consider that headset. They're $50. It'll be the best $50 you ever spent. I've got nothing but great reports from that.
Steve, yeah, that's the same mic I'm talking about, by the way, the Yeti. I thought the company was called Blue, and the model is Yeti, but I could have that backwards or something. But yeah, it's a great sounding mic. I recorded myself a couple of times, and it sounded really good. And it was really windy that day. I was outside, and the couple of contacts I made with it, they thought it sounded good too. So I was definitely impressed with the radio. I was used to SDR Plays, SDR software, and really it made it easy to transition to the Flex.
Yeah, well, they were running a full power SDR, I think, and now you're running smart SDR, which is a lot simpler. Not too many things to screw up. You know, some people like power SDR because there's so many settings, and it's like, yeah, well, you know what? Once you set them, you don't touch them again. So, did I talk to you about where to set the AGC slider? I told somebody that the other day.
Steve, I think I was on that whole conversation we had about AGC. So on AM here, I have it on slow, and I usually just dial the slider back until the noise starts to cut back. If I understand that's the correct way to do it, and if I'm not doing it correct, I'm all ears.
No, I run my AGC fast, and I run that slider on numeral 30. You put your mouse on it, I leave it on 30. I found that to be the best setting overall. And you're running your carrier control up all the way, and then simply select your audio input and set the level. And I do look at my level meter, but I got all other kinds of stuff to look at too, so that's not the only determining factor. But anyways, I think that's it. It's pretty darn simple. Brian, you got to connect to Smart SDR, and you were used to Power SDR. Did you play with it at all or not? And I'm talking about Smart SDR.
I'll be right back, guys. KB3WFB.
Steve, he did get a chance to play with it a good bit. He actually even transmitted on it a couple of times from his place. We ended up playing around with the monitor, and it was kind of interesting. If we were on the same frequency, I could hear him talking. It's almost like we were talking to each other over the internet, but the signals were still going out over the antenna as well.
Well, that was the beauty of it. You see, when they first came out with multiplex, you could not monitor which was stupid. You couldn't monitor the other person. So like right now, if you connected to my radio, you and I could be in a QSO with Brian. And yes, I can hear you and you can hear me. So it made it nice. I don't really see a huge... I mean, if I knew somebody that was in the hospital or the nursing home, for example, that wanted to join a net that I was on, and he or she connected to the radio from the hospital off a laptop, or incidentally, that would be a function that would be good. But something else jumped into my mind. Have you played with an iPhone with the radio yet?
I have not. I don't actually have an iPhone, or I have an iPad, but it's too old to use with the software. When Brian comes back, though, I'm sure he would be interested to hear about it, because he downloaded the software and he was getting ready to try and play with it, but then he found out it was $60.
Yeah, I bought the iOS app and I run it on my iPhone, and in a pinch, the microphone and the iPhone on the iPhone actually works. Not great, but it works. It allows you to use the radio. And so you're aware of the iOS application that's $50.
Yes, yeah, definitely. I might have to consider getting an upgraded iPad, because I think I would get use out of the iPad and the laptop and bypass getting the Maestro.
I use the laptop for a lot of other things. So when I'm remote, I always have my laptop, and I have Smart SDR on it. So the Maestro never really interested me at all. But some people love it. I guess if you don't have a laptop, then maybe that's the better way to go. I don't know. For me, the laptop always fit the bill. I've always had a high-speed laptop, and I've changed the router in the house to get rid of buffer bloat, and I've got a 1 gig connection, so I never had any trouble. I've never had any trouble remote. After a couple of years of refining everything, they have made it a little bit better. It's a heck of a nice application. I used to remote my Flex 5000. And I'd use Skype, and I'd use this, and I'd use that, and there were times when it was very aggravating to get running. But now I just click on it, connect, and away I go. WA1STH for ID.
Yeah, Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's definitely easy. I put it on my laptop, turned it on, and the radio was there. I put it. We actually, I think my son has it on his because he likes to listen. We even have a little Windows tablet here. I can't believe it actually works on that thing. Just a tiny little cheap off-brand Windows tablet I had gotten a couple years ago to run Wires X in a vehicle. So, yeah, I think the software is really good. I'm still playing with the little things here. Brian made me promise not to touch anything on AM at the moment, so I'm not touching anything since we've got it dialed in. He took a couple recordings for me on his side, and what I heard, the way I explained it was it sounds better than my voice.
Well, you guys did a good job EQing it then. The other thing is, I have my camp up on a lake in Maine, and I use this connected to my wireless interface up there because I'm on the network. But at my hunting camp in New York, I use my iPhone as a hotspot, and I connect to that, and the darn thing works good in that respect too. So I'm connected and I've even done it mobile, and it worked all right. Except for the problem with cell phone mobile is that, you know, depending on who your carrier is, none of them have perfectly good signals everywhere, so it gets to be a drag every now and then. But now QIX, he runs mobile a lot, and he's remoting. I forget what he's remoting a Flex 5000, I believe. I even forgot exactly what he's doing, but anyways, he was traveling in some pretty good cell phone signal areas, and he did well, and now he's up in New Hampshire, and he has some dead spots, and that is and will prove aggravating as time goes on. So, what are you running for a power level there, Dave?
I'm running an Americon AL80, and I'm probably getting about a 150 watt carrier and 600 or 700 watts peak.
Well, you're doing well. Of course, that's a lot of band conditions. 80B, a single 3500. Be careful with that. You probably want to stay below 125 watts carrier. Over time, you'll cook it.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Yeah, I just checked it. It's in between the 100 and 200, so I can dial it back a little bit.
Well, you know, you can do what you want. It's your radio. I had an 80 Alpha, which was a single-ended 3500, and I used to run it around 110 to 120 watts. Because you can heat that thing up pretty good if you push it too hard. Just a so you know thing, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate that. The whole AM 80 meter band is new to me. I was getting on it. Maybe it's been about 2 weeks now since all I've been on. But I've known Brian since I got my license back in 2013. He helped me out a lot when I first got my tickets, and I don't know. I got online on AM, and I was really enjoying it. But I was just getting on with my Yaesu FTDX 3000, which I've had for a couple years, and it was kind of an impulse buy going out and buying the 6400. But I was having so much fun on AM that I figured, why not?
WA1STH. Oh, absolutely. And, you know, back 10, 15, no, 20, 30 years ago, the only way to make good AM audio was with a plate modulated radio, and that meant boat anchor, and which is fine. You know, there's multiple things to this hobby, and everybody has different things, and even in different time frames in their existence. But now, I was telling someone the other night, there's multiple ways to get to high fidelity AM, and I think that you know, the E rigs and the D rigs and the the SDRs really put you right on where you want to be pretty quickly. Personally, I love the E-rigs. I love all the theory and what it is, but I don't like being band restricted. So the Flex was the best way for me personally to go. Gives me everything in one box. I have all kinds of other radios that I barely ever use anymore. I've got an FT101 fetish lately, but I'm sure, like everything, that'll pass. But, so there you go. You've got a great radio, and you're going to have a lot of fun with it. And the key is that it's flexible, and therefore it is a flex radio.
Yeah, copy that. Yeah, Brian actually pulled out his FT101E and spent a couple hours getting it. You're reacquainting himself with it because he was going to let me borrow it, and the day he was doing that, I sent him an email. I said, Brian, I think I'm just going to buy the 6400, but he didn't see it, so he calls me up and he goes, hey, I got the FT101 all set up and ready to go. And I said, oh man, Brian, you didn't see my email, did you? Yeah, it was just, I was actually looking around for an FT101E or something like that. And, I just figured for me it'd probably be easier to get a new radio. And if the Flex fits the bill, it came highly recommended. I was just going to do it. And, Steve, I wonder how often I'll even turn on the FTDX 3000 at this point.
Not much. I had an ICOM 781 here. I don't know if you're familiar with that radio, but that was an ICOM flagship radio back in the 90s, and that radio was a $10,000 radio, and I didn't pay that for it, but it was a tremendous radio, and it just sat here crying all the time because I never turned it on, so I got rid of it. The 101s. Now, those radios are a heck of an AM radio. Make tremendous audio, wild positive peaks if you're into that sort of thing. I try to limit mine because who cares? It really doesn't matter how high they are. But higher average audio is where it's at. But anyways, they're really nice radios. And for somebody that wanted to get into AM and do it a relatively inexpensive way, it would be an FT101E and an A Alpha ABB 811, whatever the hell you want to use to get a 100-watt carrier, and away you go.
Yeah, that's how I started looking. I just got impatient. I literally only looked for a couple of days. I actually started. Brian and I even sent Brian a picture or an ad or two for FT101Es, and unfortunately, both the ones that I could find really couldn't find a call sign or who was selling it, and so I passed and then started looking at the Flex 5000s, and there was not really much there, so I just, it's easy to sit on a laptop and get on a website and press buy now.
Oh, no question about it. You made a smart move. You get a lot of use out of that radio. Mine sits here, runs 24/7 all year long. I had it crash last week. They had a problem with the SD cards. It boots from an SD card. It's on the RF board in the radio, and the thing wouldn't boot. It had 3 flashing red lights, and the book says, and it is, failure to boot. So I called, opened a trouble ticket, and within a week, it was running again. They sent me the card, I put it in and booted it up, and support helped me straighten out a few things, and away it went. Now, you running the latest version of 3?
Yes. I think it was, when I went online, it was the only one I could grab.
Yeah, okay, because they improved the software to deal with the SD card problem. I don't know how many reads or writes or whatever the hell they did, but they recommended going to that version and not going back, because they know they had a considerable amount of SD card problems, but mine ran for 2 years, I don't know how many hours, like 4,000 hours without a problem, and then the girl croaked, but I was playing with the 101s at that time, had a backup radio, so it didn't really matter. I don't know, you probably heard me on the FT101, haven't you?
I did. Yes, I did. I remember hearing the hum.
Yeah, but now the audio sounds pretty good, don't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, absolutely. It sounded great, and Brian even put his on the air for a little bit. It sounded really good. I was impressed.
Yeah, they're a nice AM platform. Anyways, where'd you go, Brian? Did you make it back or not?
I'm right here, and Carrie's been in the background the whole time, too.
Who's in the background?
Yeah, I'm hiding
Carrie.
here in the background.
Oh, it's the gardener. How's the gardener stuff going, Carrie?
Oh, well, I don't know. I guess I'll just go get some Miracle Grow or something, because honestly, after doing the soil test and looking at the results, I'm like, well, you know, I could go buy like 3 separate things and put, you know, a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but it all comes wrapped up in Miracle Grow, so I guess I'll go get some of that tomorrow. And enough with these stupid soil tests.
Yeah, well, you got to keep in mind that all plants require a different pH level, and trying to find the right one depends on what you want to grow. And I don't know where you got your dirt or your soil, whichever way you want to look at it, but yeah, plant stuff and see how it goes, and then use a little Miracle Grow to nurse it along. I wouldn't imagine you've got much planted at this point, do you?
Well, I put a little bit in because, you know, they were getting too big for my little greenhouse there. So, you know, they were starting to not do well in there. So I was like, well, they're either going to make it in the soil or not. So some did, some didn't. It's mushroom soil. I got it from a friend of mine who owns a farm. So it's a really good mix. Nice, you know, nice composted mix of manure and hay and composted leaves and all that stuff. But it's just, and there was a lot of nice earthworms and stuff in there when I was, you know, tilling it through and everything. So the soil itself is in good shape. It's just, and the pH is really good. Actually, it's right almost dead on where it should be for tomatoes and green beans and stuff like that. So I'm pretty good there. I just have to get the nitrogen levels got to come up a little bit, and the what's the other one? Not potassium, potash, or whatever it is. So it just needs like a little tweak. So I figure if I just start using some Miracle Grow, that'll probably work instead of driving myself crazy.
Yeah, don't drive yourself crazy. The thing is, just plant it and watch it, see how things do, and you can feed them with Miracle Grow a little bit. It's a funny story. My nephew, I came from an Italian family, and I've had a garden since I was a little kid, pulling the weeds out of my grandfather's garden. But anyways, that's many years. And my nephew told me the other day, he works construction, he's laid off, he's bored. He put in some raised beds. He's gonna grow a garden. I said, oh, that's good. That'll keep you out of trouble. So he says, yeah. He says, I got some tomato plants and I planted them the other day. And I said, you what? He said, yep, they're all planted. I said, well, be prepared to replant because it's way too early in this zone for you to plant those. Well, I'll be a son of a gun. Didn't he get 3 inches of snow a couple days ago? He told me tonight his plants are dead.
Yeah, that cold snap didn't do any good for a lot of people, I'm sure. But tomatoes definitely, they can't withstand that. You know, it got pretty cold here. We didn't get any snow, but the lettuce and stuff, I swear lettuce will grow just about anywhere. So I had planted that or whatever. What I'm trying to do is grow those lima beans, and every time I've got the seedlings going and they look decent or whatever, then they start to wilt, and I can't figure out why. Like, they start out really good, and then they just, you know, they just crap out on me. So I have to do a little more research on lima beans.
Now, of course, you probably get to plant a little earlier down there than I do up here. We always planted Memorial Day and not before, unless the weather was predicted to be good. You got to remember that seeds don't germinate well in cold soil. They like the soil to be warm. And tomatoes love it to be warm, and they love hot, humid weather. Now, I'm surprised you're trying to grow seedlings with the lima beans. Why don't you just plant them outdoors?
Well, I was wondering because this weather's been so weird. I mean, if I put them in the ground now, will they just kind of hang out until the soil warms up?
Well, there's not a good answer to that, because what happens is that if soil conditions aren't right, the seeds start to rot. But I would imagine, let's see, what is it now? It's the 11th of May. I would imagine if you wait one more week and just plant them in your garden, that you probably do just as well as you would trying to plant them in pots.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring. So, because it's the first year for the soil, so, I just got this. So, of course, in the fall, I'll compost it real good and start throwing, eggshells and all kinds of stuff in there, get a nice compost going. It's going to take, as well as I do, it takes 2 to 3 years to get your garden where you want to, and it takes testing of different plants, what likes what, and trying to pair them all together to get a nice, well-rounded garden. So this is just kind of like an experimental year. But I really, really would like to get the limas to grow, because that's one thing that my son really wanted to grow, those big, giant lima beans.
Yeah, you told me about those. I'm very much interested to see how that turns out. If it were me, I would just plant them in the ground. You could try putting some more in pots if you want to do that, and wait 1 week and plant them in the ground, and if they're not up in 6 to 10 days, you can assume the seeds rotted. But I don't think that'll happen. I think one of the problems with new gardeners is they try to push things too far too fast, and they get in big trouble.
Yeah, and since I've moved my garden, my old garden was very well seasoned, so yeah, I am. I'm a little anxious, and I know better, because it's not like it's my first round of gardening. I just kind of wanted to get things up and going, and because my son was excited about it and everything, and it is still a little early to push things, especially tomato plants. Those, I actually just picked them up the other day because I went to the farmer's market, and they had a really good deal on, you could get big batches of all different seedlings or whatever for like $13. So I got those guys, but they're just chilling out, taking care of them, and I'll probably plant them in a week or so.
Yeah, that probably seems about right for where you are. We take, I got sick of buying seedlings that were Golden Globes and all these tomatoes that were about the size of a hardball. So I went online and I found, my father he had seeds, didn't know where they were anyways. They were passed down from generation to generation, Italian families, and then they kind of got pushed by the wayside. They found them like 5 or 6 years after he died, and of course none of them were any good. But anyways, we had big tomatoes, like 2-pound tomatoes, and so I found them online. I forget what the name of them were, but so we planted. My brother knows a guy who does seedlings, and he's got a greenhouse, so he planted them, and we put them in last year. Boy, we had some beautiful, big, delicious tomatoes instead of those tiny little things that everybody seems to sell.
Yeah, I got they're called Beefmaster, I think. Yeah, and the tomatoes are supposed to be between 1 and 2 pounds apiece.
Well, that'll be interesting. I'll be very interested to see how your garden works out, especially the beans, the lima beans and the tomatoes. And, of course, you're in the tomato state.
Yes, I am. I'm in the tomato state. And actually, the other side of the garden where I'm putting the tomatoes in, I made the soil a little bit, put a little more, put some sand in it, because they do like that well-drained soil. Because that's New Jersey. Big clayish sand pile.
Yep, the tomato state. Anyways, all right, so we stuck Dave and Brian off to the side. Sorry about that, guys. Somebody jump in with something more interesting than tomatoes.
Well, I was waiting to see if Brian would jump in.
He's eating
I
cookies.
say tomato.
What'd he say?
What, are you having a hard time hearing me?
No, I just keyed up with you.
You know.
I know. I'm such a bully.
You band bully.
Hey, listen, I sat by the wayside while you guys were flexing your muscles.
Hey, that you guys was 2, not 3.
Hey, listen, that's what it's all about. I was doing my my garden research, so I also got to make sure whatever I throw in the garden, I mean, I put the fence up, but the dog, if she really, really wants to get in there, she could, and if I throw the right thing in there, she just might, so gotta watch what I put in there. Because I like to, my old garden, I used to, after we go fishing, you know, I'd save all the carcasses and stuff like that and just mash it up and pour it in there. You get good tomatoes that way.
Yep, they do like that. Good fertilizer. And, well, Brian, Dave's got a new radio. We had to thoroughly discuss the new radio.
Why do you think I introduced you?
Because, believe me, Dave, I am like Brian said, I've had a lot of flex radios. The only one I haven't had is the 6700, and I considered that, but then I got the 66 because it's basically the same radio. So, I am a flex nut.
Hi, my name is Steve. I'm a flexaholic.
Yeah, I might have to ask you about a little bit more about this amplitude modulation monitor. That thing looks really cool.
Oh, you already looked it up, didn't you?
There's one here for you to look at.
Ah, Brian has one too. So I guess my question would be, and Terry, I won't talk about the Flex Radio, but so it looks like the big thing that you do with this thing is make sure you have positive peaks and not have negative peaks. Is that something that you can control with Smart SDR?
Yes and no.
Yeah, yes and no. Depends on the asymmetry of your voice more than anything else. But the mod monitor will show you what's going on. It's kind of neat. So it's another toy to add to your arsenal of toys. So they're great, don't you think, Brian?
I like mine. I don't think Dave needs it right. You got a scope, don't you, Dave?
I do. And I need to remember how to hook it up the crazy way I did to be able to see it. But I really don't know much about how to use the scope. And in a second, I'll tell you what it is, because it's very old.
Your doorbell's ringing.
I thought that was my doorbell.
Apparently they're universal.
Yeah, I got one, but he's sleeping.
Yeah, I got two that are sleeping. Well, my old one, that's all he does is sleep. When he gets up, he eats, goes outside to the bathroom, if I'm lucky, and comes back in and then sleeps the rest of the day. He's got it,
Mine's going to be 18 in November.
Sounds like any ham radio operator over the age of 65.
That was a good description of it, Brian. I like that. And come on, you're ruining Dave's fun. He needs an REA modulation monitor. Scope is not the way to go. That's antiquated.
So does that mean on the ladies' night this Saturday, I have to just drop in a message that, he should really have an REA monitor?
No, he's already in trouble.
Sorry,
yes, I bought an auto tuner. That was not really in the plans, but I had to do it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll tame it down. You've already been notified about the REA modulation monitor, and I'm sure that you'll be doing tons of research because you seem like that kind of guy.
Yeah, I will. It definitely looks cool. I just put it in my wish list, and I'll get to it sooner or later. The oscilloscope I have is a Type 453.
By who? Who made it? Tektronix?
Yes.
Well, it'll do the job. It's antiquated, but it'll do what you want it to do. Kind of hard to interpret, but this one is, oh, it's pretty.
Yes, I'm looking at it. I already want it. I'll have to wait.
You better, or Karen's going to throw all that equipment out and I'll go come pick it up.
Don't you have a basement or something he can live in? You can share the station, Brian.
Would I go? I hope my wife doesn't sell all my stuff when I told her I paid for it.
Yeah, something like that. What'd you say, Steve?
I said you got a room in your basement he can live in. You can share your station with him.
Oh yeah, sure. You can come on over here. It's kind of the guy that left his wife and was running around with his secretary for a few months, and he got stuck way out in the middle of nowhere, and so he called his wife and said, "Honey, she left me. I'm out of money. Sell the vet." She sold the vet for $25.
Oh. Male-female relationships. Time to write another book about that.
Yep. Well, it's a nice accessory. It's a useful tool, Dave. You just don't need it at this time. What you got going on right now is just fine.
Yeah, copy that. Yeah, no, I'm not allowed to buy anything anytime in the next couple years. Well, a couple days, months, something like that.
Yeah, it's a confusing thing, Dave, you know. Couple months, couple years, couple days is more like it.
I learned a long time ago that their memory span retention is much longer than 48 hours.
Way, way, way longer than 48 hours.
Isn't that right, Terry?
Wait, what? I'm supposed to be paying attention? Typing my ladies' night email. What happened?
We were saying that the key to good AM is just good audio.
That's right. As long as you have good audio. You could either get into the mic, or you can whisper into the mic. Either way, it works.
And trust me, Brian, women hear everything.
Yes, as we know. Dave's gotten himself in trouble before, right?
Who, me? I'm never in trouble.
No, Dave.
He'll be in trouble when the big brown truck shows up this week.
Oh, man. Dave.
I know. But at least I didn't go too crazy. Brian was trying to talk me into buying the Power Genius XL.
look
trying
at
to help
it,
you
if
out.
you're gonna get in trouble, you
just
might
don't
as well get
bury
in
in
trouble
yourself.
for something.
Oh, wait a minute now. You and Carrie double, Brian, but wait a minute. So you've already got some other device that's going to put you deeper in hot water on the way, Dave?
Yeah, I had bought I bought an auto tuner.
Oh, you bought a what?
I bought an external auto tuner because right now I'm using an Ameritron ATR 30 antenna tuner, and now that I can remote in, I really wanted an external auto tuner.
Okay, well, I have an ATR 30. They're nice. And they ain't cheap either, but you do realize that there's a USB port on that radio, and you could put a relay board on that to automatically switch antennas when you switch bands. Are you aware of that toy? That's a cheap one.
Steve, I'm just running a fan dipole.
Good evening. Well, if you ever decide to go to multiple antennas, this new little USB controlled device is the key to switching antennas when you switch bands.
Hello to Clark, if that was Clark in there.
You know, that was a completely unintentional key up.
See that? It gave you away.
It did. I shifted position in the chair here, and the PTT switch had fallen down between the cushions, and when I slid over, it keyed up. Realizing, you're on the air, say something. So, you got a good evening.
Good evening.
See, that clunk gives you away.
I was thinking about that. Should I just, not say anything and just find the damn switch and unkey? And then I realized, no, they're all going to say, Clark, don't even bother trying to be stealthy.
Yes, we know you, Clark.
It's like USK break-in.
Okay, so Dave, good luck with your automatic antenna tuner. How many watts will that handle? Is that one of those LDG devices? I had those. They work good.
No, I just got the MFJ 998, so I think it handles up to 1,000 watts.
Okay. Well, you got to plan for the future when you're running legal limit, you know.
It's actually rated at 1,500.
Because, you know, this is a disease, and you know, those smaller amplifiers, as you go forward, are just not going to cut it. You might want to consider checking into a divorce now.
Hi, my name is Steve. I'm a flexaholic.
That's where Brian was, when he wanted me to get that Power Genius XL, the amplifier from the auto tuning and auto amplifier from Flex. That's probably what would have happened. And you're right, Brian. I'm sorry. It is a 1.5 kilowatt.
And I am looking at that Power Genius. That looks like it might be okay.
There's a waiting list for it.
Power Genius.
Hi, my name is Steve. I'm a flexaholic.
He's a flexpert.
You got it, Carrie.
Yeah, that Power Genius is made by Flex Radio, Clark. It can do 2 operators, or how's it? Single operator, 2. You can do multiple bands at the same time.
Wow, just what you need for schizoid operators.
Yeah, it's a fascinating hobby. Each has their own.
Okay, so maybe we're or we're not successful in getting Dave in more hot water. Any relatives that are divorce attorneys, Dave?
No, I don't. Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel, and good evening, Clark. No, yeah, I'll just lay low for a little bit.
You know, if you had a relative that was a divorce attorney, might be able to afford that amplifier on the way out the door.
I know, right? That thing is, when I saw the price tag on it, I was like, wow, that is quite the device.
It is pretty, though, isn't it?
It is. I'd have to sell a few things.
I should start dumping some of this other stuff and get me one of those babies.
They have a trade-in program.
Well, will they send a truck to get all this stuff?
Call them up.
I don't know. I got, I've become very fond of the Commander, so I'd hate to see that go. So that would mean I'd have to keep that and put it at the other bench to make room for the other one.
Yeah, I did some reading up on it when they first came out with it. It's all, what is it, LD Moss technology and auto band switching, auto tracking, auto tuning, the whole 9 yards. And the fact that it can operate multiple bands at the same time and fully remotable. It's really, really nice piece of equipment. So, but that's the cutting edge of the hobby now. That's where it's all going. Software-defined radio and internet connectivity. So, and I think it operates just like the 6000 series. You just place it on the network, and other than screwing the coax cable between the two, there's no other interconnectivity between them.
Oh yeah, you're 100% correct. It's a hell of a piece of equipment, but it is costly. A lot of guys were on a list for a long time to get that device. WA1STH, I'm going to go away. Nice speaking to all of you fine people. And Dave, like I said, you're going to have to look at the wish list and think about the lawyer. Do you got any kids?
Two kids.
Two? Oh, that's expensive. And they're young, too, right?
I missed the last part of what you said. Yes, they are expensive. One's almost out of college, though.
Oh, okay. They're grown, so this divorce you're gonna get won't traumatize them too much.
Steve really wants me to get divorced, doesn't he?
No, hey, you're just another amateur radio operator. I'm looking after your best interests. I'm thinking a little further down the road. Kids are almost all grown. No, I think you better just stay where you're at.
Yeah, copy that. I was telling the group I don't really have seasons. I have hobbies.
I've got so many hobbies that I should have been shit-canned years and years and years ago, but I've been fortunate that hasn't happened yet. All right, everybody have a good night. Clark, welcome to the group. You can become the master of ceremonies as always. 7-3s to everyone. WA1STH in beautiful Kensington, New Hampshire. Clear.
Mr. Steve, have a good evening. KB3WFV.
Good night, Steve. Thanks for the tips on everything.
In the station tuning on frequency, there is a QSO. You could QSY to unused frequency for tuning, but that would be the common courtesy thing to do.
Wow, that was said very politely.
You're in a pretty heavy fade then, Dave. What was that?
I'm sorry, I had peanuts in my mouth. I said you said that very politely.
Yeah, well, a part of me likes to think that not everybody's completely stupid.
I will be back in a few. I have to go join Brandon out by his fire that he made, that he worked so hard on. I have to go see it. So, I'll be back. KC2UFU.
Don't lie to me. You're going out there to make sure he doesn't push the truck into the middle of it.
Well, that too.
Alright. KB3WFA.
Hey, for KBW.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, what's up, Brian? Beat up before, but accidentally hit my overload shutdown. That's so nice having that, so I don't accidentally explode stuff. So anyway, how's it going?
I'm doing alright. Still trod the long here as best we can. Trying to stay out of trouble. Not much trouble for me to get into, and I'm here when I'm at work. I'm here when I'm at work. It's getting monotonous, but we're staying out of trouble.
Yeah. Have you been at work? And have you been there? Because I've been here and at work. Of course, I had to go to the hospital. They sent me to the hospital. Well, sent me home from work. And I went to the clinic, and then they called an ambulance on me. That's crazy.
Thought you were out house shopping.
Well, I was, but I was working, of course, after work. Anyway, I went to the clinic and they took my blood pressure, and she looked at it, she picks up the phone, and she calls an ambulance on me.
Oh, you had that all under control.
I did, but due to COVID-19, I don't want to go. Hang on a second. Due to COVID-19 and the fact that I won't go to the hospital or a doctor because of it, I don't want to get sick. I did an online thing where you have a video with Zoom with your doctor. Anyway, they changed my medication. Anyway, everything got messed up, and it wasn't good. So my blood pressure was really high. So they gave me some stuff, and then they gave me my prescription back. So I'm good now. Now I'm fine. I'll be all right.
I think the doctors intentionally change crap just so they can come up with more billable hours.
Yes, but also too, I've been working with this pretty crazy chemical that's used for COVID-19 mitigation, which can be used out in the field. The military uses it as well for decontaminating helicopters and stuff like that when they come back from areas where the helicopter may have come in contact with biological stuff. These breezers are called breezers, and the chemical that we use in the breezer is pretty nasty. Anyway, so that may also have been contributing to my high blood pressure, because it went up high. I mean high. It was 225 over 195. No, 212 over 195, and that's high.
You were as red as a beet, weren't you?
No, but I wasn't, but I had a massive headache, and my eyesight was affected, where I couldn't see really too well. And what I could see, I could actually see my heart rate in my vision. So every time my heart would beat, my vision would get blurred out. So it'd be like blur, 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 blur. And I really couldn't see. I couldn't. I mean, it was bad. It was really bad.
Sounds like the nurse made the right call on the ambulance.
That audio is light.
Yeah, I couldn't hear him. But, anyway, everything's good now. I've got my medication I was on, and the reason why I couldn't get my medication is because I already got to the point where I had to go see the doctor before they would write a new prescription, and I refused. I would not go into a doctor's office. We know people who have gotten COVID-19 going to a doctor's appointment, and I'm not mentioning their names, but it's people that we know. So I wasn't going to deal with it. I was just going to wing it. But I think that chemical made it worse. So I didn't have a choice. Once I went to that clinic, they called in. There's nothing I could do. But it was cool because they kept me isolated from everybody else when they brought me into the hospital. Here's what was bad, Brian. Ready for this? The guy next to me, obviously it's an area for blood pressure and strokes and stuff. The guy next to me was having a stroke, and his blood pressure was lower than mine. And the nurse came in and told me that. She goes, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but look, your blood pressure is a hell of a lot higher than his, and he's actually having a stroke. I was like, oh, crap.
Well, there you go. Who is the station with the light audio?
Sorry, that was me. I got microphone confusion going on. I broke in and said, sounded like the nurse made a good call on calling the ambulance.
Oh.
Bobby,
yeah.
Say hello to Dave. Dave lives about 8 miles.
Matter of fact, I didn't have a choice. I mean, I had to leave work because one of the other
night when we were talking. He's on his new Flex 6400.
Supervisors like myself escorted me. He knew I wasn't feeling well and escorted me to go see one of the nurses and doctors that we have. And they took my blood pressure. When they did, unbeknownst to me, he called my commander. And it was over with from there. I wouldn't have been able to stay at work if I wanted to.
Bobby said hello to Dave, W3OH. I think you and I talked with him the other night. He's my neighbor. He's 8 miles from me. And he's on his brand new Flex 6400.
Wow. What's up, Dave? How's it going? Name here is Bob. I think you probably recall that from last time we spoke. K4 KBW. And let's hear it.
Yeah, hey Bob. Yeah, I think we've talked a few times. I don't think we've talked since I got the 6400. I think the last time I talked I was still on the Yaesu FTDX 3000, so hopefully you're hearing an improvement. But anyways, man, I'm really glad to hear you're doing better. That blood pressure is unreal. I've never even heard of somebody with a blood pressure that high.
You know, that's what they said too. Hang on a second. Yay. Yay, 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 yay. Anyway. Yeah, it's a huge improvement. It sounds much better. The Flexes just work fantastic on AM. They're not rice boxes. Those are real radios that are all mode, and every mode works the way you would expect the mode to work. Unlike these rice boxes where they put AM in them, they call them AM, but they just don't work. So, and I mean, we even have some that only had like one sideband and a carrier, and that was terrible as well. But anyway, Yeah, it sounds fantastic. Yeah, see, that's what's wonderful about Flexes. You can run them by themselves barefoot, or put an amplifier behind it, and you're gonna sound wonderful. And you do. You sound really good.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I like it. I won't bore Carrie anymore. Talking about the Flex, she got a long conversation with Steve. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it, and I think Brian did a great job helping me get it set up. So thank you. Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel.
Well, me and Brian, we have gone through all of this stuff. Many years ago, we embarked on trying to sound really good, having good audio, and it took us down many paths.
And through lots of alcohol.
Oh, man. Yes, lots of alcohol. Yeah. I remember adjusting stuff while we were drunk. And a couple of times turning things up too high. Oh, man. Yeah, fun times.
Yeah, I had, I was having so much fun, I can't remember what day it was. The day we got this thing set up sounding good, I think I was, by the time we were done, I was done. I was 3 sheets to the wind. Not just 2, but 3.
Bobby, he drank all the beer and 2 bottles of wine.
Gee whiz. Well, that's okay. That'll do it. Yeah, SDR is kind of really the wave of the future. Really is. I mean, they even have, I think, some rice boxes now with SDR. And if I understand, they work pretty good. I think the 7300 is SDR, small radio, and that sounds halfway decent. Not perfect. Nowhere near it. But Flexes and Anons. But I would always go with Flex because my Flex that I had was in a fire. My house burnt down, and I took the Flex apart and I put it in the dishwasher. All the boards and stuff, put them in the dishwasher and washed it, dried them, baked everything in the oven, made sure everything was dry. Put it back together, and it kind of worked. And then Flex heard about it, and they sent me a box, and I said, throw it in a box for nothing. And they went through it, fixed anything that needed to be fixed, and sent it back to me for nothing. So, Flex, yeah. If I'm ever to buy a new radio again, or another radio, it's going to be a Flex, and nothing else. That's it.
Yeah, that's seriously impressive. Yeah, that was probably the best part about buying the Flex. Finding out that it's made in America.
Well, here's the other cool thing. That radio that I bought, that one had nothing in it, and I wanted to get one with a tuner and a second receiver. So, the first one,
I'll be right back.
Bill found it for me. He bought it for me, and I think he sent it to me. I can't remember if he sent it to me or whatever. And so I wanted to find another one. My father found one online, and that one was in Texas. So I called the guy, I PayPal'd him, and he sent it to me. And then the one I had, I gave it to my father. So he used that one, and I used the other one. Here's what's fun. Here's the funny thing. The serial number on the one I gave my father, and the serial number on the one I just bought in another part of the country, was 1 digit off, the last digit. It was 01 and 02, something like that.
So they were on the conveyor belt at the same time when they were built, which is so strange. The odds of the serial numbers, being in order like that is just astronomical. So it was kind of weird. But and when I start my SDR up, it still comes up. It shows the old radio and this radio serial number, which is kind of weird. But I don't know. That was a cool thing that happened.
Yeah, that is pretty wild. One number off. What are the chances of that happening? I mean, you could almost buy a radio back to back and probably wouldn't get the serial number that close.
Yeah, serial number was 2609-2442. That's this one. And the one I gave my father was 2609-2441.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think we got a station right on us or right above us in lower sideband.
WA2JID, Whiskey Alpha 2 Juliet, India Delta.
Well, I'm quite sure they can hear us. No station. Sorry about that, guys. Anyway, sidebanders. The frequency's in use.
Yeah, this is WA2JID, right on the same band path. WA2JID, and I'm running a flex radio. 6300 into a KPA 500.
Hey, Bob, I think there's a station trying to call in on AM at the same time that there's somebody on sideband. I didn't quite catch his call sign, though. I don't know if you heard him any better than I did.
Yeah, I can't because the sidebander's wiping out the weaker stations.
Speaking station, it's a little hard to pick you up because there's a station a little bit above us on sideband all of a sudden, and he's wiping you out. I don't know. That's pretty crazy. They would rest right there if they can hear us.
I don't even recognize there's somebody on the AM window. Whiskey Alpha 2, Juliet, India Delta.
Yeah, that's that idiot that causes problems all the time. That's who those sidebanders are. So he's doing that on purpose. Nothing new. Nothing new.
Yeah, he's on 3878. Yeah, I just told him they don't pay any attention. Whiskey Alpha 2, Juliet, India Delta. Yeah, I was hearing you guys talking about the Flex radio. I've got a Flex 6300 on right here right now. Into KPA 500 amplifier, so I could probably push it more power. Anyway, this is WA2JID.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, it's cool to see the number of flexes. Maybe most of the guys with flexes are on AM. I don't know. I picked up what you were saying. I didn't quite catch your call sign or your name, though. This is Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel, David.
Yeah, okay. Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel, WA6JID. And we're located 10 miles west of New York. And we're running a Flex 6300. Yeah, I use it. Actually, I haven't been on DM quite a while. I've got a lot of equipment. And I've been running my Flex 6300. I got a lot of the vintage stuff down in my other location. Anyway, hopefully you're hearing me, and maybe those guys on sideband that have just come on top of it can realize that they're infringing on it. WA2JID, name here is Bernie. We're located 10 miles west of Binghamton, New York.
I think we talked the other day too. I think you were on here, but yeah, I'm definitely enjoying the radio. I like the remote in capabilities. We've been talking. I guess we've been talking about them for a little while this evening. I know Bob has one. His father has one, and Steve, who was on here earlier, has one. And KB3 WFE was in here somewhere. I don't know. He stepped away for a few. I think we're trying to talk him into getting one.
Yeah. He probably will eventually. He always eventually gets stuff. And, yeah. It's probably getting close to the time for him to do something like that. I mean, what's cool is, what I like about it is, if you had to, you could run just the Flex by itself on 100 watts, and you'll still sound good. So that's what I like about it. As far as running Class E stuff, you know, if you use anything other than a Flex, you know, your exciter, they don't sound that great by themselves. So that's just one thing. But of course, a Flex is a very expensive exciter. You know, it's a lot of radio just to kind of use as only an exciter. Really, that's all I use mine for. But, you know, it's one hell of an exciter.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Brian was telling me about the E-Class rigs and, you know, how you use the radio just for the oscillator. It's an expensive oscillator.
Right. But it's a hell of a receiver, so that's what's cool about it. The filtering capabilities is just unbelievable. Multiple receivers. Yeah, that's just fantastic. The auto-tune is great if you don't want to build in an input tune if you're going with an analog E-rig. But, you know, there's, you know, many advantages to having a Flex. And I think the biggest thing is, you know, you could unplug it from everything and throw an antenna on the back of it and fire it up and just use it by itself and it'll be fine. So. Or you just throw an amplifier behind it, and that's kind of cool, too.
Yeah, this was definitely a little bit of an impulse buy for me, but looks like I made a good choice. Yeah, I really like it. Definitely been fun to operate. Heck, I think I've used it more on AM here than I have on anything else. And I still like to make DX contacts, and my son does, too, so we use it for that as well. But yeah, and it hasn't taken very long to get used to it either.
Yeah, it's easier than people think, but you know, there's a lot to it. They do an awful lot. But yeah, they're great. I use it to listen around a lot, but mostly I use my old stuff downstairs when I listen to different bands and stuff like that. I just sit on the floor and turn my knobs and listen to stuff. But, you know, they're pretty fantastic.
K1 KBW.
K1
There you go.
Yeah, hello there, everybody. Yeah, I was just watching Hannity, so he's just about over. So, figured I'd get out in the air. I hear my son there, Bobby, down in Raleigh. So, yep. And I'm also running an E-rig and driving it with a Flex 5000.
Yeah, hello. So I can't remember if that's Bob Senior, K1 KBW. This is Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel, Dave, and I think KB3 WFV. I think he should be back here soon. Brian, he's around, and Gary was around too. KC2 UFU.
Oh yeah, I know Brian, know Carrie. Definitely met him many times. So, yep. And hello to Brian and Carrie if you're in there, or maybe Carrie's husband Ken's in there. I don't know. Somebody from that household's probably in there. But anyway, I hear sideband in here. I don't know where the hell that came from, but yeah, it's been an AM QSO in here for quite a few hours, and all of a sudden this goddamn sideband crap pops up.
I think they went away.
They probably couldn't handle it anymore, but
It was that idiot. That friggin' idiot that always comes in here and pulls that crap.
Oh, that guy. Okay, yeah. I know exactly who you mean. And that's being taken care of as we speak.
Yep. That's right. I hear a heterodyne on my carrier here. Yep, I still do. Oh, there it went away. Oh, there it is. Oh, well.
Yep. Yeah, you can hear the heterodyne on your carrier, huh? Yep.
Oh, yeah. Sure can.
But,
now my blood pressure's doing a little bit better now. And I hear that heterodyne. Anyway, but yep.
yeah, you should be fine. Yep. Just gotta make sure you keep taking that medication. I religiously take mine, because if I don't, my blood pressure just takes off like a rocket ship. So it runs in the family, don't you know? K1 KBW.
Yes, it does. K4, KBW, it does. Yeah, what are you going to do, you know?
Yeah, it's a family thing.
Yeah, I got the high cholesterol runs in the family on my side.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's one thing. That's one problem I don't have. If I did, I'd be in trouble, because I eat probably a stick of pepperoni a week.
Well, I'll tell you what. If we had the cholesterol problem with the high blood pressure, we'd be dead. Man, having both of those together, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, you got that right. Yeah, that's one problem with not in the family is high cholesterol. So, it's some people. Your body either gets rid of the cholesterol or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, you gotta take care of yourself. That's all there is to it. I think I hear the wife coming down. I think she's coming downstairs. She's probably going to bed. She's got to get oily tomorrow. So I thought I heard the gate slam upstairs or downstairs there. So or maybe not. Well, maybe she went down into the laundry room. I don't know. Anyway, yep, there she is. Say good night.
Good night.
Night. See you in the morning.
Yep.
Yeah, it's working fine. Yep. Everything's copacetic. Right. You're not going to die. K1 KBW.
Good night. Have a good night. And,
Hang on, I gotta adjust it. Frequencies in
Sorry
use.
about that. K4 KBW. Heterodynes all over the place.
Yeah, I just keyed up. Somebody was modulating that carrier, and I said the frequency's in use, so I don't know. Maybe they don't have a receiver.
I got a receiver, man. I got a receiver, and I got a big amplifier. I'm running remote. Just wanted to hop in and say hello. I love being able to keep my good patient. That's it, everyone.
Frequency, come on. Now we're on 3875. You're on. I think you're on 76, but I think looked like you were. I'm looking at my pan adaptator, and looks like you're on 76. We're on 75, but that's okay. I can hear you okay.
To Alpha Bravo 1 Foxtrot remote, so just wondering how it's coming through the internet there, over.
Yeah, the audio is, I can't, it's hard to describe. I don't know, it sounds a little bit run together. I don't know if it's mostly mid-range or what, but yeah, I'm missing a lot of your words and stuff. Where are you? Where are you located?
Increase it about 20 watts. That should be a little better. And then when I can go to wow, the drop be a high boost there on the microphone. Let me know if that did any difference there on the microphone now.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit easier to copy you, but it's something. Your audio, it sounds a little bit too mid-rangey. Hardly any lows at all, but very, very mid-range. But it's better now. It's easy, a little bit easier to copy. I guess you turned it up. Bobby, can you copy him? Okay.
Yeah. His audio. It sounds very hollow. It's very mid-rangey-ish. But I can't copy him very well. It's hard to make out his words.
Okay. Yeah, that's my son. He's down in Raleigh, North Carolina. I think you said you're in Massachusetts. Are you remoting, did you say, from a cell phone? Oh, okay, all right. That explains the audio. Okay, very good. Yep. Well, that's exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like cell phone audio. Very mid-rangey, and it's a little bit rough to copy. It's better now than it was before. But okay, yeah. My son down there in Raleigh can hear you, but he's having trouble making you out, and it's because of the audio quality, because of the cell phone.
I could probably install the computer and get all that done. Put the software on the computer and get it all up and running, and maybe run from the computer, see if it sounds any better. Just using when he headset here, so either way, it's going to be not very good audio there. But I know I'm teaching at 1 kilowatt here, so I'm doing this too. I'll kind of sound like a swamp bucket, you know, like a mud. I'm not going to say the other way, because we're all not on the children's band here.
Oh, you got a great signal here, 30 over S9. No problem at all with the signal. Of course, tonight not very good conditions. We've got sidebanders just slightly above us, and evidently they don't get it that the frequency's in use. There are only a couple of KCs above us, so they think that because they're on sideband, they don't hear us, but we hear them because we're receiving a lot wider than they are. And but that's okay. I can tune them out with the flex here because I can put notch filters on them and knock them right the hell out. But it's not right that somebody can open up on an existing QSO like 2.5 KCs away. That's ridiculous. But that's what they do because that's what sidebanders do. They just don't give a damn. They don't care. They run narrow, so they figure everybody else got to do the same. K1, KBW, South Central Connecticut.
K4, KBW. Yeah, he's like 15 over here, so he's got a really good signal. And I was able to hear that last transmission he made. So, yeah, it's working. From Massachusetts. So with cell phone audio. Hey, well, that does explain it. Well, although you can actually do it and have it sound good. And I forgot, Steve does that. He uses his cell phone and it works pretty damn good. Well, he uses the connection. Anyway, but yeah, you're 15 over here in the Raleigh, North Carolina. K4, KBW.
The still mix for that, we love the stuff. I remember that early black tune in the early 90s. That was him. I was on the chicken band with the flash. Can you believe that?
I don't care about the chicken bands.
Well, the only way to get these to work on those bands is you actually have to flash the EEPROM and open it up so it will transmit on those frequencies. And they won't send you the code unless you have your Mars. But, yeah. Anyway.
I'd step away for a moment and the frequency goes to hell.
Where'd you go?
I had Cookies calling me. I said goodnight to the wife. And I checked the temperature.
Put it in line with that with a squad of LD Mosses. I'll be a big station on ham radio AM.
Okay. Well, welcome back, Brian. Brian was having a Cookie Monster attack. He usually does. What he does. He can't control himself around cookies. But he does admit that he has a problem. So that's the first step right there. And I hope the wife is doing good. That's cool. I guess it's late. But Yeah. The guy that we're talking to is, I guess, remote. Brian. He's up in Massachusetts using his cell phone. He asked how his audio sounds. Once we found out he was on a cell phone, I explained it. Yeah. Sounds like cell phone audio. But there is a way you can actually get them to sound decent. And I think Steve does it. I don't know. K4 KBW.
In my playing around with it, I found that the apples, for some reason, sound better. I don't know why. But the Apple products seem to sound better across the remotes. And it's how you set the profiles up on the station side. And also the type of microphone or audio device that you plug in on the device that has a big role in it. I'm not hearing them well at all, if at all, given the current buckshot situation here. So I don't know. Give me a handful of call signs, Bobby. Lisa wants to go on a road trip.
Brian, did you change your audio? Because you sound good tonight.
I sound good? Okay. It's been giving me a fit here this evening for some reason. I noticed that the remote, I don't know what the hell's up with it, Bob. The remote's doing something stupid, so maybe I disturbed something screwing around with that. I'm running a little bit more compression than I normally do. Maybe that's what you like.
Okay, well, your EQ sounds pretty decent. I don't know if you changed it, but it sounds good.
Yeah, it sounds good here.
No, I didn't change it. I did close the door to the main room here, which is all hardwood floor, so maybe that's what I don't know. I don't know, guys. It's a moving target here. It wiggles and squiggles like a worm.
Well, I haven't changed my audio in years. No sense in changing it because 90-something% of people say it sounds good. So, of course, there's always somebody that, the critique's a little bit different. But, I take the high percentage, and I don't think I've changed my audio in, probably at least 10 years or so.
And let's not forget about the haters. That's also part of the equation.
Yeah, well, I don't care about the haters. You know what they can do.
Let's see. Yeah. I hear audio somewhere. Oh, my headphones. Oh, there.
Yeah, I haven't changed it. I replaced that mixer, the Multi-Mix 8. I put in a rack mount mixer, and but that was a month or so ago, and that cleaned up a lot of it, and it's been working fine. But here lately, the remote is sounding muddy. And when I looked at it this evening, for some reason, even though the mod monitor is showing good audio level, the rack gear, all the VUs on the rack gear are real low. So I don't know what the hell's going on there. And watching the mod monitor here tonight, it seems like it's a little low, but I got tired of messing with it, so I just left it alone. It's like I got a cable or something going away. Or I'm getting RF. But I'm just sitting here, I don't know, falling asleep. Maybe that's it too. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, your audio's definitely not low, so I wouldn't worry about it, Brian.
I think it's RF, Bob. But there's like this muddy component to the remote that I'm trying to get away from. And part of me says it's the damn microphone I'm using on the remote. But what bothers me is that the levels on the rack gear with the remote are so low. Anyways, I'll figure it out. At the moment, I'm just, chilling out. I may go get me a pile of cookies and a glass of milk, and we'll start the 7-cookie countdown.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to go get me 2 things. A snack and an adult beverage. And I'll be back. K1 KBW.
So Brian, what I'm going to do is I have a Tokyo Rose microphone. It's in here. It was my father's. Anyway, so it doesn't have an element in it. It's empty. So what I'm going to do is I'm debating on whether I should put the internals from a B1 in it, because I have multiple B1s, or I can use my MXL V63M, which can sound. Use the internals from one of my other microphones. I forgot what they are, but they're laying around somewhere. I'm debating on which ones I should do, but I got to make sure I do it right, because the placement inside of the housing and how the element faces and the sound foam I put in there, all of that's important. Hopefully I get it right, because I want it to at least sound as good as one of these B1s. Because I would like to use it, I like to use the desk mic.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. I need to find a headset for the remote. Steve mentioned one earlier and I didn't catch on to it. Because I don't have 48 volts. I'll have 8. I might have 9. I gotta look at the jumper settings. So it's gonna have to be one of those little PC condenser mics or something like that. I actually have. I should try that. I got another headset that I'll look into it. It's all so confusing, Bobby. But we're having fun nonetheless. It's been a long day. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stick around. I wonder how many adult beverages Dave has had. Did Dave pull the plug?
Well, you know what you can do is you can use the 48 volt phantom power supply from your other mixing board you're no longer using. You just use the power supply from it to power that microphone, assuming you still have it. But you can also buy external phantom power supplies separate from the mixing board if you needed to. I mainly use the B1 now. Sometimes I switch over to my RE20. But it depends. But mostly I use this one. And I think that's the reason why I'm going to do that. The Tokyo Rose microphone, it looks just exactly like the one that Mark Levin, he always has the microphone in front of him when there's a picture of him or stuff. And when he's on his TV show, he always has it in the background somewhere.
Yo, that's a pretty cool looking microphone. Yeah, I really didn't want to put an 8-channel mixing board in the truck. Although that would look cool. Maybe I can take a sawzall and just cut it down. There you go. I just need the one channel with the pan and power supply in it. Can I do that? You think I just run it across the table saw and cut out channel 1? Oh, I can't use channel 1. I'd have to make 2 cuts and get channel 2.
Well, they do have just a power supply you can get. Plug it into an inverter and power the microphone. That should work. Matter of fact, let me look it up real quick.
Hey Dave, are you still here? W3OH KB3WFV. Uh-oh. Bobby, have they discontinued the B1s?
Oh, I don't think so.
I couldn't find any in stock this week.
Let me look that up real quick for you. Yeah, so there's a company, Guitar Center, sells a 48-volt phantom power supply. It's got a Walmart input and output for the microphone, to power the microphone. $39 at Guitar Center. Behringer sells one for $28 on Sweetwater. And it's just a box. And you just put it in line with the microphone, and that's it. And it gives us the power, it gives us the 48 volts. Let me look those B1s up real quick. There's one on eBay. eBay, 48 volt phantom power supply for a condenser microphone, $16.19 on eBay.
How much was it?
$16.19.
For a B1?
Oh, no, for the power supply, 48 volt phantom power supply. Let me look up the B1s. Hang on.
That's a good snack. Stella D'Oro Italian cookies.
How do you know they're Italian cookies? Are their hands moving?
Yep. Too. Good cookies.
Wow. They're not $99 like they used to be. Man. So they went up. $179. I'm sure I can find it cheaper. $119. Here's a Neumann for $3,600. Hang on.
Got your damn mind if I'm spending $3,600 for a freaking microphone.
Right, and it won't sound any better than the B1.
No, it won't. So, okay, Musician's Friend has them for $118, free shipping, and it comes with the box, the mount, it comes with the foam thing, you know, the whole kit comes in the box. $118. That's not bad, but I think I can find it cheaper. Hang on.
Yeah, they should be $99
I know where
for the B1.
B2 is. I might be able to get a hold of.
Yeah, they should be $99 for the B1. They shouldn't have went up.
Yeah, the B2s do not sound anywhere near as good. They're just, the B2s are crap. The difference between them is they have two elements. I used to think the same thing. I'm like, well, the B2 has to be as good. No. So it's not. And they made another one too. They've never been able to actually reproduce the B1s. I think that's why they keep making them. But hang on, I'm gonna see if I can find it for. It should be $99 somewhere. Hang on.
Yeah. I don't know. Might try the B2. I got it's here local that I can borrow, pick up, or play with. I guess I can't borrow it because if I open it, it can't be sent back. So that AT2020 that Dave is on doesn't sound half bad.
Oh, don't get a B2. You gotta really go from the B to B1, Brian. You know that's a tough mic to beat. Let me tell you.
Oh, the other one's the C1, and they don't sound nearly as good either, and they're usually more money. You can always buy a used B1.
I'm looking at this big-ass mic in my face here and trying to figure out what it would look like driving down the road holding it up to your face.
Well, you can put a nice mount in your truck. and you can have it on a shock mount floating right in front of your face while you're driving down the highway. So I don't see a problem with it. That's a big truck.
Well, he ain't going to be driving down the highway, so he shouldn't have a problem. To be right in his face.
I'll just get one of those chest mounts.
There you go.
Unfortunately, I think Brian does drive a lot, and that's pretty scary, but yeah, I think he does.
I don't see a problem with it.
I know you don't see a problem with it.
No, you don't, but I'm sure other people do, Brian.
That's what a horn's for, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what the brakes are for, too.
Hey, Brian, check this out. And this is true. If you got into my new Jeep, and we were driving down the highway, I guarantee you could drive it on the highway because it will stay in the lane. If you veered off the lane, the steering wheel turns and puts you back in the lane. It follows the cars. It brakes for you. It comes to a complete stop at lights. And when the car in front of you takes off, the car takes off. You would be able to drive that car.
That's crazy. I like the situation I have now. I'm chauffeur driven. And I can talk on the radio, I can eat cookies, and take naps, talk on the phone, turn the music up too loud, and somehow or another the truck gets there all by itself.
That's right, he ain't stupid, Bobby.
Well, you're spoiled. Hang on. $179 a hand. $118. Wow. Oh, you know who sells them? You can walk in. Guitar Center sells them. They should have them in stock, and Sam Ash should have them in stock as well.
Alright, I'm thinking about it. I might try. I'll check in that Phantom Power Supply and see what that's about. I wonder if they make a 12-volt powered one. Wouldn't that be wild? Probably not. I don't know how you would step 12, whatever. But, I do have a 120-volt outlet in the truck. Plug the microphone into that and plug that into the rig and see what happens. I gotta look at my mic connections. I think there's something screwy about that. What was it that's screwy about that? I gotta look again.
As far as I know, the only Phantom Power Supplies I know of, Brian, is 48 volts. So, but all your mixers have them in there. So if you get a mixer that you're able to run in the car, it'll work.
But if he doesn't want to run a mixer, they do just have a little box, and you plug the microphone into it and another cable into it, and you have 48-volt Phantom Power Supplies. There's Rockville Audio sells one for $22.95. Guitar Centers has one for $39. Behringer sells one for $28. There's one on eBay for $16. Yep, they have the power. It's just a little tiny box about maybe 2.5 inches by 2.5 inches square with 2 XLR connectors on it and a place to plug in your wall wart from the car. It doesn't use a lot of current, so it's not like you're going to be drawing a lot from your car at all.
Yeah, but does it run on 12 volts, Bobby?
No, he has 110 volts in the truck.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Well, hell, he could run a mixer.
Yeah, I just didn't see an 8-channel mixer sitting in the truck, but I was trying to keep it compact. I don't know. I was just thinking to try and get a condenser mic in there instead of a dynamic, which is what we're using now. Oh, well. So much radio, so little time.
bet that a condenser would work good in a car. I don't see why it wouldn't. Unless it would pick up noise from the vehicle. I forgot which microphones are susceptible to transformer noises. I think it's regular microphones. I don't know. So I think, so a condenser microphone would probably be better for noise.
Condenser microphone won't pick up anything from eddy currents. That's dynamic microphones that'll pick up eddy currents and any stuff like that. But condenser microphone is not susceptible to eddy currents, so you wouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah, ribbon microphones do the same thing.
No. Well, I mean, if you don't want to mix with board, you could just go with a 48-volt phantom power supply and stuff underneath the seat. You never have to see it again. Your mic cable just go in it and out of it. That's it. That's gone. So it's probably a good way to do it. Yeah. Hang on a second. Yay. That should be better. Anyway. I don't know, but it's fun looking this stuff up. But yeah, there's a lot of them you can get. $22. Yeah, Guitar Center sells them. So they also sell the B1. So, you can get the B1, the cable, and the box. The 48-volt box there, too.
Yeah, I got a local music store down here that I like supporting, so maybe I'll give them a call in the morning. I gotta look, I'm trying to remember how the hell I'm connected now. I think I'm using a series of adapters, which is absolutely silly, but anyways. I guess I could always put an XLR connector in it. Wouldn't that be fun?
What's all this microphoning talk anyway?
We're talking about microphoniums.
And what's a Tokyo Rose microphonium anyway? Come on, Timmy. You don't know what a Tokyo Rose is? The Argoni 57 mic. Well, one of those things. Yeah, they used to, back in the day, they used to call them the old Tokyo Rose. I had one, I had it back in the 60s, and I gave it to Bobby, and he wants to put a electric condenser cartridge inside of it. But if you ever see Mark Levin on TV, he's got a Tokyo Rose or the Argoni right in front of him there on some of the pictures that he's got. Yeah, I don't know who that guy is.
Well,
you don't know who Mark Levin is?
A lot of guys, a lot of radio guys, they have pictures of themselves. They usually have one of these microphones in front of them. It's the old-fashioned. Oh, you know who had one? He had that talk show. That old guy. He had, what's his name? He always had one sitting in front of him, too.
So, old guy, who's that?
I can't remember. Oh, but they're very common. They use them for photographing these radio guys and stuff like that. They're just very common in those pictures.
Oh, what's his name? Morrow? Yeah. They were back in the 40s and 50s, Tim. They had the screen on the top, and it was they called it the bullet microphone. Not bullet, but yeah, we're kind of shaped. I don't know, like kind of bullet shape. Yeah, I probably know exactly what it is, but whatever. Yeah, I know what the Argoni microphonium is. I remember seeing those things, and I'd be curious to hear one that has a good set of elements. It's got two elements in it, right? Dual crop still element microphonium. Yes, the original Tokyo Rose. Yep, it had 2 crystal cartridges in it. Yep, but the one I gave to Bobby doesn't have any cartridges in it, so he's thinking about taking the cartridge out of a B1 or something like that and making it electric condenser microphone and using so it has the look of the Tokyo Rose, but it's got the good sound of like a B1, like I'm running here.
Yeah, either that or, Steve QIX put a large diaphragm element into a D10-4. So talk to Steve.
Well, basically, yeah, same thing, because the B1 is a large diaphragm cartridge, but it needs a 48 volt phantom power supply. But yep, yeah, it should sound pretty good. So, but it's not so much the sound. I mean, it'll sound good with a with a cartridge out of a B1, but it's the look, the nostalgic look of the Argoni or Tokyo Rose mic.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, so you get a good element. I don't know if Behringer sells their element as a separate entity, or you have to get a brand new B1 and butcher it.
Well, Bobby's got an old B1 that went through the fire, but it still works fine. So he's thinking about taking the cartridge out of that and putting the guts out of that old B1 and putting the Tokyo Rose.
Yeah, I wonder if the combustion and smoke deposits from the fire, even though they didn't affect it maybe after the whole deal, but here it is, how many years later? Is it still any good?
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, he had it on the air. It sounds as good as his brand new B1.
No. Yeah, if you want to. Well, the question is old B1, how easily could that be cleaned up, or is it scarred for life?
No, he did clean it up. He had a lot of insulation and what do you call that stuff? The gypsum that's in the sheetrock that was inside of it. But I was there when he cleaned it out. It was a mess. But cleaned it all out, and it was soaking wet because from the firemen with all the water and stuff they use. But it really surprising that the microphone came to life and it worked just fine.
Yeah, that is. Well, if I were Bobby, I would just look into just getting another element because having a complete up and running B1 is a good thing to have. Tool. So you get a third good element and put it in there and see when it does. I don't know what the inner dimensions of that case are like because I haven't seen one of those things up close and personal in maybe 30 years or better.
Well, the case is probably Tokyo Rose probably 3 inches in diameter, and it's got the screen on the top and then the plastic with the rings around it on the bottom. So it'll hold just about anything that you can put in there.
If you look at the B1 next to the
good set of elements in them.
If you look at the B1 right next to the Tokyo Rose, it's the B1's actually a little bit smaller. Now, taking account for the cosmetic end part of it, it should fit in there perfectly as it is. Then I would have to get some of that nice audio foam and put it on the inside in there. Well, that's a good idea that you have. Maybe I should just buy an element because the B1 that I fixed, the screen was dented, but I took the dents out of it. It actually looks really good. It's only got one little scratch on it, and you can't see it anyway. Maybe I should just look for a B1 element or one like it. They probably have them online somewhere. I could probably find one online.
Well, it's not just the element, Bobby. It's the element plus there's a couple of FETs in there that run that element and also the 48 volt fans power supply. So it's not just an element.
No, I know. When I'm saying element, I mean the whole thing, the board that's in there and everything.
Okay.
Well, talk to Steve and see what he has to say.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I really want this desk microphone running. I mean, it looks really good. I mean, I was looking at some online that they were selling, and they were all beat up. This thing's in fantastic shape. So, I really want to put an element in there because it's at a nice height. Like, so if it's sitting on the desk in front of you, it's like right there. It's pretty cool looking. Now, there's companies out there like EAG and Neumann, and that actually make these now with some high-tech stuff in them. And there's a few other companies that make them that look just like them, but they're selling them for like, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So I'm thinking to myself, well, shoot, I'll just put a pretty decent element in there with the electronics, and I should end up with a decent microphone.
Yeah, there's no reason why not. No reason why not. This is WA1H and yell off.
Yeah, K1 KBW. Yeah, and tell them how much those Tokyo Roses that they got online, Bobby. Tell them how much they're selling them things for. The same one you got, and yours is in way better shape.
Like I said, they're hundreds of dollars.
Not eBay special that you find that is in questionable condition.
Yeah, because it'll look good, especially when I move into the new house. My rack with my transmitters will be about 6.5 feet tall. It'll look like an old-timey radio station, and that's kind of the look I'm after. So it'll be perfect.
Yeah, well, you can get reasonably good electric elements and possibly electronics to go along with it. One that Chris AJ1G started talking up of these microphoniums that are being sold through Staples that like $20 a shot. They're kind of cheap, plasticky, and they look good, and they run on 9 volts DC. They don't require 48 volts. There's your usual 1/8-inch mini tip ring and sleeve plug, and they have pretty fantastic frequency response for what they are. My goal is to make up an interface box, because I like doing on-location portable recording of my digital audio recorder, but with much better than the built-in electric condenser microphoniums that are mounted on the top of the thing. So that was the whole idea. So I bought a set. They're under the cheesy name of Broadcaster, whatever that's supposed to be.
Huh, that's pretty cool. I just looked up B1 condenser capsule cores, and they sell them only $27.98. Yeah. They've got, I can get them for $18. Gee whiz. But they also sell. Sorry about that. Hang on, let me adjust something. Sorry about about that. But they also sell cartridge cores for microphones, capsule cartridge cores for microphones. Those are only like $8.68, but how good do they sound? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to go with something I know I can get to sound good.
Well, I mean, for $27 or whatever, you can't beat that.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. So I think that's the route I'm going to go. Now, the packing material that you put inside of the screen, I guess that's also important for audio as well, right?
Well, just to limit breath pops and all that.
Yeah. They got all sorts of stuff. Hang on.
The other wild card is the electronics, and I'm sure that there's a number of different phantom-powered electronics you can use with that element. That's all you need is the element to start with.
Yep, and you know what? There's a whole bunch of audiophiles out there who they buy the B1s and they do a modification on them. What they do is they change the JFET. So they changed it to a different JFET, and they bias them externally, so you can change the biasing of them. Hang on, let me zoom in on the schematic real quick. But they got some cool stuff. You can there's all these modifications they do, and they get the B1s to sound fantastic. What I'll do is I'll actually do that mod to it before I assemble everything.
Well, there you go. Yep. Well, I've been using this particular microphonium for since '06. It's one of Marcy's brother's microphoniums. It's just an inexpensive electric condenser sold. The hell is the brand name of MCA? I don't know if it's at all affiliated with MCA records or anything like that. You know, plastic bubble container for $79. Well, I picked up another one that's from Wayne SSJ that's in perfect working order, so I got two of these things. And I've never had a problem with it. And for most of the time it's been here in Henry L.R. Mountain operating position. I've never shut the power off to it. So it just works. Rule 1, you don't cornhole the microphonium because that leads to an early death.
Oh, wow. I just found, because I guess Brian was looking earlier for another B1, and I just found them $99, brand new with the cases, the mounts, the little foam thing. Well, actually, it's a big foam thing. Yeah, $99. They're pretty damn cheap. But yeah, I'm finding all sorts of parts. So I want to buy the condenser with the electronic board and everything, and preferably with the XLR still on it. That'd be nice.
Yeah, it would.
Yep.
Oh, good. Yeah, just thinking about another. I had an AKG electric condenser, a C whatever. It was like a $200, $300 microphonium. That was one of Eddie's, Marcy's brother. One of our other brothers wanted the use of it to, he was doing some recording. They're musicians, and he swapped me an AKG C300, which is supposedly a really good electric condenser microphonium, still in the original packing, the original box. And I don't like the way it sounds. It doesn't sound like any of the other microphoniums. It sounds kind of muddy and no real definition to it, and yet there's nothing wrong with it, so I don't know what the deal is with that.
Yeah, matter of fact, that company, EKG, or whatever you said that the letters were, that company makes a new style of the Tokyo Rose. Looks just like it, with you know, I guess with today's technology inside of it. But they're not cheap. They are a bit pricey. I think they're a couple $100, like $2 something or something like that. But they're supposed to be pretty decent, you know. But I guess you could never go with how much they cost, because, you know, you could spend a lot of money and then sound like crap, and you can get, you know, something like a B1. And I think the B1 sound pretty fantastic for the cheap money that they are.
Yeah, big bang for the buck. I mean, you know, you could have the B1. I could swap it with this thing, and you'd probably be very hard pressed to tell the difference. It's the same thing with not the AKG, but the other one that I had to part with. The audio, no, it's an Audio-Technica. That's it, Audio-Technica. And that was every bit as good, maybe slightly better than this thing. Cost more money, but it's not a perceptible difference, whereas with the AKG, there's definitely an issue in the manufacturing, and it's not supposed to be. A good electric condenser microphonium, whether it's a B1 or a Neumann whatever, is extremely close. Of course, the Neumann under... you know, long life, or shall I say longevity, and, you know, high sound levels encountered in recording studios and all that would be the better choice. But, hey, for ham radio, you'd be hard pressed to tell the difference no matter how good your transmitter is and the receiver at the other end.
Oh, absolutely. That's absolutely right. The microphone I'm talking about is the R77. Hang on, let me send this off to my dad real quick. Dad, I'm sending you a link to this microphone. You gotta check it out. And this particular one is a ribbon microphone. They actually put a ribbon in this one. Hang on one second. It's the MXL R77, and they have, and that one's in gold in chrome. It's beautiful. Looks just like the Tokyo Rose. Then they have the MXL R77 classic ribbon microphone. That's $299. Then they have an MXL 700, which looks just like the Tokyo Rose. That's $100. And then they have, oh, look at them all. Yeah, $299.95. Wow, why is that one so cheap? Yeah, they're all ribbons. Interesting.
Well, a ribbonium microphonium is hard to beat as well. Of course, they have somewhat different characteristics than a from the electric, and they don't have the output either. That's assuming that there's no electronics in it. Yeah, I realize I'm into the 160 diaper pole. I'm curious if I make this change if the signal comes up. Is this any better? Did my signal come up any?
It sure did.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're at the right place in space.
Yeah, that was a really big difference.
Well, I'm not running much power, just about a little over 100 watts with the waking William.
Well, yeah, no, it sounds really good here. Now it's going to make me want to buy one of these things. Hey, Dad, look at the email I sent you.
Difference with receiving. You're out in the clear, Bobby, but now I'm hearing all kinds of static from faraway storms and other stations that are just about zero beat, probably slump buckets, so I gotta set up a split antenna. Wire array for transmitting, 160 diaper pole for receiving.
So, Jimmy, how the heck have you been? I haven't talked to you in a long time.
Oh, up and down, up and down. I'm thinking of taking a break here and let me get the other antenna set up. And I'm thinking of getting a little bit of munchies. Hang on a minute.
Wow. Yeah. I've been just, working. And, of course, I was just in the hospital because my blood pressure went through the roof. Probably, I don't know, could be from a whole host of things. But, I wasn't taking my blood pressure medicine because I didn't want to go back to the hospital because of, I didn't want to catch the Rona. But I didn't have much of a choice anyway. But I'm feeling better now. Feeling a little bit better. Oh. Sorry about that. Top of the hour, K4 KBW.
WA1HLR. Do you hear the cement mixer diddly in there going?
Oh no. Well, I don't hear anything.
Yeah, it's there when you're not. Get positioned in this chair. Recliner. Pick the legs up. Well, gosh, my blood pressure, that's not good at all. You been losing weight?
Well, I did lose a bunch of weight, but ever since the onset of the Rona worldwide, the only thing I've been doing is working and sitting in the house. I can't go anywhere. So I've been eating more, so I gained weight back, and that attributed to my blood pressure, plus the fact I stopped taking my blood pressure medicine because I didn't need it anymore. At least I didn't feel like I needed it anymore after I lost the weight. But that wasn't true probably, and B, I gained weight back, which made it bad, and I'm working a lot of hours and overtime, mandatory overtime, all sorts of stuff. So, it's kicking my butt, and my blood pressure was 212 over 195, and I went to the clinic. Well, they sent me home from work. They wouldn't let me work, and I went to the clinic, and then the clinic, they called an ambulance on me.
Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, last time I checked mine, which was a few days ago, it was like, I think it was like 130 over 87 or something like that. Well, I made a dietary changes, just basically a paring back of a lot of the things I like to eat. I'm a breadhead. I like good bread, you know, toasted up with real butter on it, you know, and things like that. The same with my wife. And drink a fair amount of cow's milk and, you know, rich chocolate milk and, you know, just things like that. Always 2 eggs for breakfast, 2 slices of toast, you know, that kind of thing. So now everything's in half. 1 slice of toast, 1 slice of, or 1 egg, you know, just a bowl of hot cereal like cream of wheat or oatmeal, and some fruit. So, having more fruit. My wife is particular at getting fresh vegetables into me. And very little red meat. Had, you know, a bison burger for lunch. Or the last big meal. And with broccoli and whatnot. And generally in the evenings, you know, I'm feeling like I'm hungry now because I haven't had supper. I may have a sleeve of cheese and crackers or something. Okay. So there's something else that was waiting in the toaster that we were going to have, but we both didn't have it. So I may do that with peanut butter. And that's about it, you know. Instead of cow's milk all the time, it's almond milk fortified with cashew milk, which has got protein in it. But it's all right, you know. It isn't the same as, but you know, when you're having a bowl of cereal and you use that, it's no biggie. You know, it's good. So, last fall, I clocked in at about 235 pounds, which is, you know, below my high water mark of about 245, which was a number of years ago. Last time I stepped on the scale, I'm down to about, I think, 212 just about.
Well, that's good. That's really good. Yeah. I gained some of my weight back, but I'm back on my diet again. So I just got to stay away from the crap. I don't buy any garbage. You know, I don't drink cow milk. I only drink almond milk. I eat Raisin Bran for breakfast usually. Oatmeal. You know, I've been making food again myself and bringing it to work. But sitting around and not being able to do anything kind of stinks in a way. But you know, I usually don't do all that much anymore. Besides work, but, you know, I go out and I wash the car and stuff. And, you know, go out for a bit of a ride and pick up groceries and things. You know, there's not a lot of stuff going on. I'm supposed to be going to these concerts. I've got season passes to all the concerts at Walnut Creek, but those are put on hold for now until the Rona is over with. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Me and a bunch of other guys and girls at work we picked up the season passes to, it's all the national acts. It's a really good place. It's an outdoor. They have like an outdoor grass area on the hill where you can sit there and watch the concerts, and then another area where it's all covered by an overhang. It's nice. It's really nice. I went to a concert last summer, and it was really good. It was country music, and I don't usually listen to country music, but it was fantastic. Had a good time. I'm looking forward to all this stuff blowing over so I can get back to my regular activities. K4 KVW.
Hey, I'm going to pull a plug here, guys. Hello, Tim. Good night, Tim. Bobby. See y'all later. KB3WFV.
Boy, you've been kind of quiet, Brian. I thought you'd be jumping in there.
Night, Brian.
Yeah, no problem, Tim. I was sitting here listening to the discussion. I enjoyed it. So, but I should have pulled the plug an hour ago. So, I'm pulling the plug now. Good signal down this way, Tim, when the band swings our way. KB3WFV.
Hey, good night, Brian. Bobby, I got to order one of these microphones. I like that R77.
Yeah, I know. Hang on, I'll send you some more. That's just those are normally $300. All right, Brian. 7 3s. Have yourself a good night. K4 KVW.
Good night.
What 300 bucks? 45.67.
Yeah, that's that one. But hang on a second.
That looks just like the Tokyo Rose. Wow, I'm not getting into my a little bit. I'm getting into the phone a little bit.
Hey, Bobby. K4 KOE.
Hey, how's it going?
You got a new rig on the bench. I'm lucky I'll have it on the air tomorrow.
Well, let's hope so. What you're on now sounds pretty good.
This is the Flex driving the 30L1. Got one of them Class D rigs, a Super Senior.
Oh, that'll sound fantastic. Hopefully, yeah, because I'll be home tomorrow night, so hopefully we can check it out tomorrow.
I think I've got it close. Does it sound all right to you?
Oh yeah, it sounds great.
Yeah, I got it cut off at 4 kilohertz. But the limiter I've got here is programmable bandwidth. You can take care of your. You can hard brick wall it. From 3 kilohertz up to about 10, I think. I have to look at the specs on it.
Yeah, it is brick walled at 4 KCs on either side. Literally. There's nothing going past 4. It is definitely brick walled right at 4.
Yeah, you ever heard of an Antibiotics 223?
No, never heard of it.
Yeah, it's a broadcast style.
Yeah, well, I've never seen anybody able to brick wall like that. That's pretty damn good.
Well, this is a Flex right now. The other transmitter I'll have on the air in a day or two, but this is just a Flex.
Oh yeah, yeah. Although I have a Flex, I don't use it. I don't use the audio from it. It would be nice, but yeah, it's definitely working good.
The main thing is I've got an air conditioner in this room, and it is not exactly quiet. And the big thing is to get the downward expansion set just right, or you get that Darth Vader sound. Every time you start talking or quit talking or whatever. And we're trying to get some of that. But anyway, hope you're doing well. I've been working on it for about 3 hours. Getting the stuff in the rack and messing with the, what do you call it, settings. All set up the way it needs to be. But I've got a nice little rise on the high end. Hope I don't have too much high end, but
Oh yeah, he's on here too. Yeah, he's doing good. I was just in the hospital for a little while because my blood pressure went through the roof. Yeah, just because it's just too much work and stuff like that. No big deal. I stopped. Sorry about that. Stopped taking my medication and it kicked my butt. Anyway, but I'm back on my blood pressure medicine. I'm fine now.
He just got home about 3 weeks ago from being in the hospital and rehab for a month and a half. He did not want to go there.
No. While I was in the hospital, the guy next to me had a stroke, and his blood pressure was lower than mine. So, yep, now that woke me up.
Well, how old was it?
I don't know. I didn't ask. He didn't look to me. He was probably about my age. He didn't look to be much older than me. And because the nurse, she told me, she said, I'm not supposed to tell you, but his blood pressure is a lot lower than yours. He's having a stroke. I'm like, oh boy. So, yeah, mine was 212 over 140. No, 212 over 190. 212 over 195. And then, they took it a bunch of other times. There was different numbers, but it was always up there like that. The doctor, he was like, well, before they did blood work, before they did the EKG, before they did anything, he goes, well, it'd be my guess that you have some kind of heart disease. I'm like, no, I don't. And he looked at me like, how the hell would you know? He didn't say that, but I could tell by the way he looked at me. But, they did the EKG, came back fine, and they compared it to one from a few years ago. That's perfectly fine. And then they did blood work, checked the kidney functions and other functions as well, cardiac enzymes, blah, 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 blah. He goes, no, you're fine. He goes, your blood pressure's just through the freaking roof. He goes, you need to take your medicine. I said, yeah, I know. I stopped taking it because I lost weight. I didn't feel like I needed it. But he told me, he goes, no, you still have to take it. I don't know. I'm not doing that again. And the reason why I didn't refill my blood pressure medicine is because it required me to go see the doctor, and I didn't want to go see the doctor during this pandemic. I don't want to go near those places, but I had no choice, and I had to go.
Yeah, that's the range where you blow a gasket when they plant you.
That's right. All right, well, hang on a second. I gotta help my dad look at these microphones. I gotta send him some other ones, so I'll be back in a minute. K4 KBW.
Okay. Well, the season's about over. All right, I'll catch you around. Okay,
yeah, I'm gonna.
Sounds good. All right, Dad, I'll get you on the other frequency. K4 KBW.
Station you're talking with, he's floating in and out with a cement mixer diddly. So, yeah, we'll have to pick up the conversation a little later. This WA1H and YLR, I'm gonna fall by the wayside.
Yeah, wow. I think the band's starting to take a dump now, though. I don't know. All right. All right, Dad, you there?
Yeah, go ahead. K1 KBW.
All right, let's go on the other frequency. I want to show you the other, those other microphones. I can't multitask right now.
All right, head to the other frequencies. K1 KBW QSY.
Yep. So Timmy, I'll be back. Hopefully you'll be still on. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. K4 KBW.
Yeah, I may still be floating around. I see you all.
Sorry, Tom, busted up y'all anyway, we'll catch y'all later. A2, JIT. Whiskey Alpha 2, Juliet India.
For myself that I could work in and do whatever I need, and
being a builder, it was a little bit better. Plus, it's right around the house, not far from the house. Thought about putting another ham shack in there, but I don't spend that much time in there. I'll probably put up another 2-meter antenna over there just to have it. But the amount of time I spend in the barn, it might be a couple hours every so often. Now, some guys live in their barns practically. They put a ham shack in there, and they're there all the time. But my ham shack's right in the house, and it makes it nice. I just go upstairs. I've got a loft overlooking the living room, and that's what a ham shack is. It's real nice size, and I got a couch up here, and the whole ham shack is part of the house. And the funny thing is, I use earphones all the time, so when the wife sits here and watches television, she doesn't really hear it, so it doesn't bother her. And and even my voice, I don't talk that loud. I hope the audio sounds pretty good on this rig. A while back, we made a bunch of adjustments when I first got this microphone, and so this MD100 is the mic that I chose for it. It's the Yaesu mic, and it seems to be okay. I hear myself back on the FEF and don't sound too bad, especially for a rice box. But there's nothing like that 101WE that I use. The other thing is what I did, Steve, is I loaded that up on 40-meter AM. So what I'm doing is I'm writing myself down all my settings when I go from 40 to 80, so I don't have to do it the long way. I just kind of preset everything, and then I just tweak it when I'm on that frequency. The next one I'm going to put in there is 20 meters for AM. Get that one going. And then it's got 10 meters, and I think I'll go to 10 meters, probably run that on sideband, because, it looks like our cycle is going to be changing here pretty soon, and we might be on the upswing pretty soon. So maybe by the end of the year, first part of next year, we should have pretty good dam condition. Back because W2BNY, you're still holding up. November 4 Echo Delta, Quebec.
W3 MMR. Pick me up when he's done, Henry.
Okay, Perry. Yeah, W2BNY and 4EDQ. Boy, Steve, you're banging in. You came up to 30 over, and good morning, Perry. W3MMR is in there. The young man of Pennsylvania with hailstorms. My gosh, I saw a video, Perry, about a hailstorm down at your end. Well, very good, Steve. Yeah, it's, you know, it's been a lot of fun living here in the mountains. I really, really enjoy it. And I tell you what, I really enjoy QSOs like these. And probably, I don't know, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but 3885 is a good frequency, and a lot of guys get on here. And then sometimes when, you know, like we're doing this morning, we're rack chewing, we probably tie it up, and probably when we do stuff like this, we might want to shift off to another frequency so the guys could jump in there and